Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to the annual conference of the Center for Humanitarian Action, here live from Berlin. My name is Ralf Süthoff. I'm the director of the CHA, or CHA, and we are really happy to have you back on our second day of the conference. After a long day yesterday where we discussed the Triple Nexus in practice, what about peace? These two issues have been at the heart of the very first day, with panels on what it means in practice, with many practitioners joining us. And what about peace, defining what we mean by peace, what could be meant by peace in conceptual terms, but also program-wise. And we touched at the very end of this day on a key topic which keeps being discussed, raised, also from your side, which is donor policies. Yesterday afternoon, we concluded with a quick session, one of our spotlight sessions on especially German donor policies, and we'd like to pick up from there with two sessions right now, starting this very morning, and we are really happy to have great guests on this one. Let me quickly introduce you why do we focus on that. What we shared with you yesterday was also a survey we've done in the run-up of the conference, and in this survey, two key issues have been named, how to deal with the Triple Nexus and how to implement it, because most of you said, both in the conference yesterday as in the survey, it is an important issue. Most participants in the survey said they want their employers, their aid agencies, to engage in a Triple Nexus, but there is a key challenge. What does it mean in practice? So not really having a clue how to do it, plus number two, donor policies. Donors have been a driving force in the Triple Humanitarian Nexus in the run-up to the World Humanitarian Summit 2016. But at the same time, they are sometimes discussed as living not really up to their own words, not really implementing what they ask others to do in a more integrated way in the humanitarian development and peace worlds. So we are really happy that we can discuss these two issues this morning with great guests, and we will start with a keynote dialogue focusing on the German setting, and move on then to a session with guests from ECHO, from the European level, with practitioners, and then move on also to the peace angle and the development side represented by the German Development Ministry. But right now, I'm really happy to welcome our first guest for our keynote dialogue, which is Frau Bärbel Kofler. Bärbel Kofler is the Commissioner for Human Rights Policy and Humanitarian Assistance of the federal German government, and I hope she's already with us and we can welcome her and see her, everybody, in a second. And we are really proud to have this dialogue this morning with such an influential and already for years dealing with this topic guest as a guest of honor for the second day. When introducing Bärbel Kofler, good morning, Frau Kofler. Can you hear me and see us?
I hear you perfectly. Good morning.
Thank you. And thank you for having a nice logo in the background as well. So.
Yes, sure. That's for all our meetings now is the logo in the background.
All right. Many thanks for joining us, Frau Kofler. Looking at your CV last night, I was really impressed, and if you don't mind, I pick something up which maybe is not every time shared. In 1987, you did an advanced technical college degree based on a secondary educational path. Only a few years later, you did already studies on computer science, starting in 1987, when I wasn't even aware that there was an internet out there. Followed by language studies of Russian and Spanish in Salzburg, so you learned Austrian at the same time, which can be a challenge, concluding in 1998 with a PhD. So within 10 years, you've done all that, while most of my friends haven't concluded their PhD in 10 years. So we are impressed by that. So I may also mention that you've been a member of parliament since 2004, and you are the commissioner of the federal government for 4 years now. Frau Kofler, given your background and in this era when we all could travel at least a bit, we heard the last days, yesterday, last sessions, a lot about stats, about concepts of the Triple Nexus. Given your vast experience in the era, maybe we start on this early morning on the personal note. Is there any anecdote, any story you would like to share when you realized things are changing, the root causes of crisis are moving from the traditional natural disaster, there's an earthquake and humanitarian assistance needs to be provided really quickly, to move into this conflict zone, to be explained and for you really illustrative. Why is 80% of humanitarian assistance today needed in conflict settings? Is there any small story you would like to share as a start?
Sure, I could. One of the first trips I did as a commissioner was to Ethiopia, and it was basically framed, the whole trip was on a food crisis, driven by natural catastrophes, extreme weather phenomena, and then the bad harvest situation in the area. But when you're really on the ground, you realize it's not only, in quotation marks, not only the natural catastrophe, it's a nexus in between peace questions. There were so many refugees I've met in a situation of unstable food security. It was the situation of peace in between neighboring countries, Eritrea and Ethiopia, and the humanitarian crisis also for the refugees, in concurrence to the people living on the ground who had then a development issue because they had to change their whole way of living, which wasn't sustainable anymore for future generations. So it was the whole nexus in between peace building, humanitarian assistance, which is needed on the ground at the first hand, and ideas on development where society could go to establish a sustainable basis on living, making a living. And for me, that was in a few days, that was all three types of the nexus question were there, so obvious. So it's clear that all has to be somehow interlinked. And if you talk to the people on the ground, yeah, you see that you can't make the difference so clearly.
Thank you. An impressive example, I believe, especially given that Ethiopia is at the heart of many of us, given the past decades and the story, how to deal with the crisis in Ethiopia, which are so much interlinked, as you just highlighted. We've shown yesterday how today, 5 years later, since your trip, I guess, humanitarian needs have been booming even further. We showed how the number of conflicts have increased and how this is interlinked. At the same time, again, when you started as a commissioner, the World Humanitarian Summit was taking place in 2016, and there was a grand bargain when governments as well as aid practitioners committed to implement a sort of triple nexus, whatever that might mean, to focus more on the conflict side, to focus more on the peace leg. If you would need to put in a nutshell, how has the German government dealt with it? What has been the follow-up in concrete terms, like putting it in a 2-3 minute nutshell for somebody who isn't really an expert on that? How would you frame that?
2-3 minutes is a challenge. That's one of the big problems. No, well, I've been to the summit in Istanbul in 2016, and it was for us as German government always a very, very important moment, focusing on the Great Bargain, to support on the first hand collecting money, to have money in advance also, to maybe hinder that conflicts grow or that humanitarian needs are growing. So we try to concentrate on this forecast question also. Then it's a question. It's the question on stabilizations on areas. We have a department here in our foreign ministry concentrating on the question of stabilization. Mediation, conflict mediation is a big topic. Building up structures in countries that might even be administrative structures, so that there is some framework where you really can start then for humanitarian action and for development action then is very important for us. And what we also learned is, of course, that while the development in the last few years, unfortunately, is going in the other direction. So when I started as commissioner on humanitarian assistance, we were talking about a need about $20 billion for humanitarian assistance. Now it's doubled. If we see the real figures now, conflicts like mushrooms in all angles of the world are increasing. Frozen conflicts are getting hot conflicts again. So the need is more than maybe we focused in the last time on really concentrating on mediation, on peace processes, international peace processes, and to see that I think 2/3 is the figure of all the humanitarian needs are driven by those conflicts. So yeah, we try to do that with stabilization, humanitarian assistance here in the foreign ministry, and with our BMZ on the other hand, to fulfill all three needs. But it's a challenge, and as the world community, I think we have to get better in that.
Mhm. You named already that it's a challenge, and maybe before we dive into two main areas to go into a bit further analysis on the latest steps, let me remind you, please participate. You can engage in the chat on Zoom, on YouTube if are registered, or on Twitter with a live tweet, and join us. We will have a couple of minutes at the very end of this talk as well, but please be fast so our colleagues have a chance to raise, to collect your questions and to raise them in a few minutes with us here and on TV. Frau Kofler, maybe we look into two ways into the subject. I mean, for one, there's the level of the programming, the integrated programs. A lot of talk about how can we better, if appropriate, link humanitarian development and peace efforts. And on the other hand, there's this level of integration of policies, sometimes with very contradicting views, because there's a lot of talk, why don't we integrate better some of the programs named, while on the policy side, often it's rather the issue raised, should we integrate policies? Like you named already stabilization, there is security policies, and there is a lot of discussion, what does peace actually mean, and what's the difference between peace policies versus security policies? So maybe, if you don't mind, if we start with the program side. Yesterday in our spotlight session, we discussed already briefly the program side and German approaches to deal with it, like the so-called chapeau approach to link transitional assistance from the development ministry with the humanitarian side based in the Foreign Office. We talked a bit about the pilots, the pilot countries the Foreign Office has also named. So if you would need to summarize a bit on this program, on this practical side, how the record funding Germany is impressively providing, 2.1 billion euro by the end of this year, how this is implemented in a way which is more nexus-driven than 5 years ago.
It has to be more nexus-driven because it's not only the 2.1 billion in the humanitarian and stabilization sector and the Foreign Office. We have also an increasingly amount of money on the development side. So we need to coordinate that more because otherwise it wouldn't be really an effective question. And maybe you talked about it yesterday already, but what we now do is a joint analyze and aligned planning in the two ministries to really adjust the money and the action, the projects in the way it's been needed. It's the so-called GAP, it's GAP, it's if you translate it to English, it's joint analysis and aligned planning. So that's something which really changed in this field of politics since years by now, and I think we are really learning in planning our projects better. Maybe the colleagues yesterday were pointing out this example. That's a 1-year-old example, so of course we need to do a follow-up in the next years also from 2019 in Lebanon, where we have humanitarian action in the health sector and do it in a joint planning to widen the possibilities of health centers also in rural area, for example, a clearly development issue. And doing that, of course, in a part of the world where the question of peace is a kind of overarching question, and trying to bring together those three things. That's one of the examples. or the so-called, you were mentioning chapeau, projects. One is in Somalia. We do that also with NGOs together, because that's important to bring different donors with different ministries on a planning line, which is then focusing really in humanitarian action and in midterm support and in development support. So Somalia is one example where we do that with the two ministries, and I think it's Save the Children, quite an interesting project. So, but that's new. It's new. It's we have to admit it's new, and it's developing the last years. And we also have to see, of course, how the effects are, what we can learn of the out of the pilot projects, and how we can get better. And then doing a permanent evaluation and trying to get better in all our approaches.
Thank you for that. If we look at our analysis, both of 8 programs, of 8 agencies themselves, and on government policies, not necessarily only the German ones, it seems to be striking that even if you look only at the Humanitarian Development Nexus, we talk so much about already for many years, progress has been very limited and pretty much is still in silos. And now on top we have this peace issue with all these challenges coming with it. Would you agree that maybe most actors, including donors and maybe including the German government, are overstretched by the Triple Nexus so far?
I don't know if it's overstretched, but of course everybody is used to do things. They did it always. And then we are in a totally new situation. If we look only on the amount of money we are investing in humanitarian and stabilization, you pointed out the 2.1 billion this year. That's 5 times more since the last 5 years when I started my office. So you have to, of course, invest more in really effective, appropriate, invest that money. But frankly speaking, we didn't 5 times raise our people who are doing that on the ground then. So we have to rethink a lot of how we do things, and this joint planning, joint analysis is one of the questions. What we done a long time already is the whole debate on institutional building, mediation in between conflict parties. So that was always an important part of our policy in the foreign ministry. But yes, we have to get those aspects closer together. But we are willing to do so, and we already started that. So that's for us very important.
Right. Thank you. Maybe we move to the second topic on the policy side, on the policy structures and the concepts involved in that. If we have a situation that on the program side, there is a lot of piloting still ongoing. It's a lot about the dual nexus on humanitarian development challenges on all fronts by all actors. And now we have the peace leg coming into play. One might think it's the more important to have a common definition and concept of peace, and what do we mean by peace, and to have a clear-cut institutional setup to deal with it. You mentioned already stabilization policies, which is a very interesting setup in the Foreign Office, for example, in Germany. Humanitarian action and assistance is part of the Department for Stabilization. Some critics say that this is blurring the lines. Sometimes the same critics who say we need a much more integrated approach, but not on this front. So on the program side, we have a discussion for more integration. On the policy side, we have rather concerns sometimes not to integrate the wrong things, the wrong tools, which should be split and separated. So if we take the example of the Division for Stabilization, in the guidelines of what stabilization means for the German government, it means focusing on crises and conflicts which impact German and European security interests. For humanitarians, that's probably a quote proving that humanitarian assistance might be integrated in a triple nexus approach into policy interests which are conflicting with impartial, neutral humanitarian assistance. How do you view that as the Commissioner for Humanitarian Assistance of the German government?
Well, I can understand the critics because, of course, coming from the background of development or humanitarian work, you have to be very, very strictly concerned that what you're mentioning, neutrality, impartiality, is one of the keys of humanitarian work. On the other hand, you have to do something to stabilize a situation and not to prolong for decades situations where you only can work with humanitarian need. You need a further setting. And without peace, we started our conversation in saying that conflicts are the biggest drivers for humanitarian needs, for hunger, for humanitarian needs. For people out of health systems, education, and so on. So we have to do something on the peace field also. Of course, if we have a stable situation in our neighboring continents, in other parts of the world, that also helps our stability in our continent, in Europe. But the main goal for humanitarians and the main goal for me as a commissioner always is the help for the people in need. And I think that is also the policy we try to follow in the ministry. And we are very much also working with institutions like the International Red Cross Red Crescent movement, who are really standing up for neutrality, for independence, for being impartial, and to support those guidelines, humanitarian guidelines we all really stick to. Our humanitarian guidelines here in the ministry, we just renewed our planning and our theoretical framework last year. And we are really concentrating on those three values, humanitarian values. But yes, I have to admit, I think that is for everybody clear. It's a challenge. Because if you go into the work of stabilization, then you have to work with somebody, and that might be part of the conflict parties then. So the question of how neutral you are focused by others then is maybe questionable. But on the other hand, without peace, you can't better the humanitarian situation. So you have to do it somehow. It is not a clear white and black, and you're right, it's a kind of blurred situation. But I believe we have to work on stabilization, and part of that also can be, and maybe we should focus more on that, how mediation processes in between conflict parties can be part of a peace building concept. So maybe there is a lot of room to still open to work in.
Right. If I hear you right, this is a bit the view that it's a question of sequencing, because for sure we all think the baseline for everything is in the first place security. In a sense, if you take the example of Mali, security might mean that in the first place you have to stop ISIS taking over the whole country and to establish a situation where there is still a state and there is still some scope to deal with the situation at all. Then you might move on, as has been the policy, with a stabilization mission, a UN mission with stabilization policies, and this might lay the foundation for long-term peace, and humanitarian action can be a part of it. Critics would say the example of Mali demonstrates that it can be very conflicting, actually, because you might focus on the short-term stabilization, on your short-term European security or even migration policies, given that it's a migration hub to Europe as well. And you might lose out on the other side. You might lose out because you have to deal with a government which tended to be fairly corrupt, not to really deal with the needs of their own population, and which has been overthrown just after protests just a few months ago. Is there a conflict by concept, sometimes at least, that in some settings it's very hard to find the right sequence, and sometimes priorities are not really rightly set?
I think it's very hard to find the right sequence, because in every conflict and every situation it can be slightly different. That's the one thing. And the other thing is, well, what could be done differently? If people are not able to come to places where they can receive humanitarian assistance, where they can find nutrition, if there is not a possibility for them to reach out or for the aid workers to reach the people. So how can we then provide humanitarian assistance? So that's somehow interlinked. And we know also conflicts where nobody is looking too closely, and where you already have challenges to support people on the humanitarian side. So it's not so easy to answer that question, to be frank. But of course, then you have a situation on the ground where governments are not committed what they once promised, where there's corruption on the ground, where there is undemocratic situations where people are not heard. So you have to deal with that every day again, and in every conflict again.
Thank you. Maybe sharing only quickly one final example where leaving Mali last year and moving on to South Sudan on our Triple Nexus research. It has been really interesting to see there that there has been a local request and local potential and even local capacities to implement a Triple Nexus to deal with peace in an integrated way. But at the same time, for example, there the international community, including the German team, has been really limited and engagement has been pretty limited. So maybe sometimes to focus on the countries where there is real potential to move on and really a local request by the affected people themselves could help. Maybe for now a final word from your side before we ask if something is ongoing in the chat, which can be challenging in these quick talks because people tend to listen first and then engage, which makes sense. But maybe if we sum up that in the international debate there is often a donor paradox identified, meaning we have the donors promoting a triple nexus, asking agencies, asking people on the ground to integrate more, to think more beyond the silos, to integrate humanitarian action, even if there are substantial risks involved, to really engage with the development humanitarian peace world. Is there a donor paradox because the very same donors talking about the international ones as well are not really living up to this on their own? They stick to their silos but ask others to move on?
Yeah, that might be. I think we are all too much driven in our used ideas or in our silos, if you would call it like that. But what you mentioned before with the example of South Sudan, I think is quite interesting. We should really, that's part of our humanitarian plan we developed last year. We should listen more what's really going on the ground. Localization is a big issue, I think. And then the question on to use maybe those windows of opportunity which are there at a certain moment, that is very important. And for that, it leads to a topic which I think we should think more is on forecasting, on forecast-based financing. That's of course on the field of natural catastrophe, that's easier. But if you have a good view on how windows of opportunity also in the conflict sense are opening, and you get a little bit a more feeling that could, if that's happening, we should now act and can come in with humanitarian stabilization, peace-building processes. We can get quicker. And that's also something we can learn from those examples you were given with South Sudan.
Many thanks. Indeed, South Sudan has been impressive. I met there every single German soldier of the UN mission because there are only 13.
Not so much.
And I met every single German employee of the embassy because there are only 2. So that's gives us a sense how engagement is maybe driven times by other issues. Let me share now with you what my colleague Darina, a research fellow at the Center for Humanitarian Action, has cited in the chat, if any. We have only a few minutes left, but if we can raise 1 or 2 questions for you, Frau Kofler, and then come to a final question from my side, I think that would be a nice summing up. Over to you, Darina.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ralph. Well, the chat has been very lively despite it's very early in the morning. So thank you very much to the online audience. Unfortunately, time is running out already, so I'm afraid I have to pick and choose. So my apologies for every questions I could not pick up here. So I would like to pose 3 to you, and maybe you can select which one you want to prioritize. One is about the stabilization and the humanitarian principles. Markus Geisser says that, well, the German aid strategy from 2019 puts a strong emphasis on the primacy of principled humanitarian action. And with this in mind, he is asking, from a German experience, stabilization and the humanitarian principles, is that not an odd couple? What are the challenges? Is it an impossible, what he calls spagat, which splits, which would meaning splitting in English? So that would be the first question. The second one is about the importance of the policy position, which is put forward by Patrick Mahdi from Humedica, and he is saying that the converging role of the diplomacy and negotiation in humanitarian development and peace fora is of course crucial. But this is one area where Germany's position can help a lot. So his fear is, however, that Germany is seen now more like a HDP Nexus cash cow. Post the World Humanitarian Summit and in the aftermath of the COVID-19 crisis, he sees that diplomacy and the negotiation role will nevertheless be very important. So is there any views and comments on that? And finally, one last question on localization. The experience of Barbara Anne Kingsman shows that discussions in the capitals and the commitments made by different capitals is not exactly met by the same understanding and same approach in the several embassies in the countries. This makes it difficult to have a strategic discussion on a country level, and maybe we can hear some thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Darina. Frau Kofler, maybe I can sum up 2 of them and link it to your final word on the outlook.
Sure.
We discussed the stabilization issue, I believe, but maybe it's also time to switch tables and give you a chance how you see other actors, as we tend to talk so much about donors, other actors and how they might see the Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus rather as a cash cow and rather as an opportunity to relabel and to fundraise. Is that an issue you would confirm from your experience? Plus, this interesting question on a split between the headquarter level and the local level, the embassy level, if you might want to talk about the local level, but the headquarter, the embassy level, let alone the local level of the affected people themselves. Is there a disconnect which might be a key issue?
Oh my God, and that's in a few final words. I should conclude all that. That's a little bit of a challenge. Well, starting with the cash cow question. The question was also, I think, if we in Germany think that we'll become the cash cow somehow after latest developments. I don't think so. But one thing is what we are working on, and that's something maybe I want to point out at the end. 80% of all the humanitarian assistance is given by 10 donors. So if you see how challenging the conflicts are, how many need there is on the ground, we have, of course, the one thing we debated in Istanbul at the World Humanitarian Summit, to use the money really effectively and use it the best way. That's why I mentioned the question on focus-based financing, because that's one of the strategies to really use the money better. And there might not everybody be happy, because also used ways of receiving money and so on are then questioned. That's maybe an interesting debate. On the other hand, we have to see us more as a world community where not only 10 donors are the ones who are financing mainly the humanitarian system. So we have to have an outreach on other areas in the world, other countries. we have to integrate that, and that is also a political challenge, because that's then mainly not only countries with a democratic base, let's put it that way, and we have to see how that is working then in a political framework. But that is one of the big issues, because otherwise we won't fill the gap in between what's going on the ground, the needs, and the money from the capital, and following that, of course, also the decisions in the capital. Because one of the differences, I'm sure, between our members also of the embassies on the ground is they see the need very closely every day. And of course, you don't do that in the capital if you only read the reports of the embassies. We take that very seriously and try to get those two sides together. But if you see the need on the ground every day, you probably have a different approach, what is needed. And that has to be brought together financially and with the capacity of people whom we send to do the work on the ground. So to bring that together still is a challenge. This whole aspect on Nexus, on humanitarian assistance as a whole, is a work in progress and is a challenge all the time. And we have to do a lot of formats like yours and your annual meeting to get better and to learn from that experience. So that's maybe my last word is this whole question on humanitarian assistance is always a process, how we can get better.
Thank you so much, Frau Kofler. It is a process. Next year, the process of the World Humanitarian Summit will have its 5th anniversary. For one, we hope we can see you then again and maybe have a lively discussion about humanitarian policies overall. And we hope then we can share better news and talk about if there is a chance to reverse trends on the humanitarian and on the conflict and peace building side. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. It has been a real pleasure. Talk to you soon again. Thank you.
Pleasure was on my side. Have a good conference. All the best to you.
Thank you. With this, I'd like to give us a break of maybe 60 seconds. We will move on straight to the next panel, which will focus on the very same donor policies. We will look at European policies, German peace policies, and we have real experts and practitioners with us. Stay tuned. In 30 seconds, we might be back. Thank you. Welcome back. We continue our discussion about the Triple Nexus and donor policies. Thanks for staying with us. I'm really pleased to welcome now a distinguished panel of 4 guests who confirmed straight away their attendance when we asked them if they would like to join us this morning. By the order of who we will talk to and the order of the panel, let me quickly name to you. We are very honored to welcome Dr. Michael Kohler, who's the Deputy Director General of ECHO, the Humanitarian and Civil Protection Arm of the European Commission. Good morning, Mr. Kohler.
Good morning, Ralph. Good to be with you.
We welcome Diawari Bouare. He's the country director of Oxfam in Mali, a very interesting country you already touched on a minute ago. Good morning, Diawari.
Morning.
You
How are
can hear us apparently, and we can hear you loud and clear. We are very proud to welcome Cecilia Rosselli. She's the Director of Humanitarian Policy and of the Representation Office of the Norwegian Refugee Council in Geneva. And NRC has been really publishing on this issue and a real expert in this policy debate. So we are very happy to welcome Cecilia. Good morning.
Good morning, Ralph, and good morning, everyone.
And many thanks to Dr. Martin Schuldes joining us. He's the head of the Peace Division of the German Ministry for Development Cooperation and Economic Cooperation, BMZ. And he's has great experience in conflicts, as I will share with you in a minute. I guess most of the audience, and I hope most of our panelists, could follow already the pre-talk with Commissioner Kohler. So let's try to build on that. If we take now this more German-focused discussion on the European level, Michael Kohler, how would you judge on in which way the European policies are focusing in a more integrated way on humanitarian development and peace issues, and why is that? If you again try to put it in a nutshell of 2-3 minutes, like Frau Kohler did, that would be great. Frau Kofler did. Over to you. Why is this such a key topic for you? Right now we
now you hear me. Now you hear me.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, it was a little bit difficult to unmute me, but now I'm here. No, I think the question is very easy to answer if you simply look at the situation on the ground. I mean, what is humanitarian aid for? Humanitarian aid is a policy that wants to help the most vulnerable, people who are affected by crisis, people who are in the need, people who we have to assist for reasons of humanity. Now, if you look at who these people are, then the figures, I think, speak a very clear language. We have, at this moment in time, according to international statistics, about 168 million people on this planet that need humanitarian assistance. And 80% of them, so almost the totality, lives in conflict. So, you know, whereas I think naively one could think that humanitarian aid is in particular about people who suffer from disasters, from tsunamis, from earthquakes and so forth, in reality, most of them suffer from a mix of problems, and a very big part of the cause of this is the human being. So in a situation where human suffering is caused very much by the intervention of other human beings, civil war, unfair distribution of resources, absence of social services, it is quite clear that you need to have a much more comprehensive approach in order to address the problem. Humanitarian aid, of course, has the advantage of being the first responder. We are there quickly, we are there probably as the first ones when a situation occurs. But at the same time, I often feel that we are like the people who have a fire extinguisher in their hands. The fire extinguisher works immediately, but it has very limited capacity. And unfortunately, what you can do with it is extinguish the fire, but you cannot prevent the fire breaking out again. Mm-hmm. So we need to look further. We need to go beyond let's say, initial impact, and we have to look at the root cause, we have to look at structures and so forth. Mm. And therefore, it is quite obvious that we need to bring in the development side. Now, what has become official doctrine of the European Union since 2017 is that we are not only speaking about the dual, but the triple nexus. There the peace building comes into being. But of course, if you look at a number of conflicts, be it in Yemen, be it Afghanistan, be it Mali, be it the Central African Republic, and so forth, you clearly see that the very cause of human suffering in the first place is conflict between groups in the society, ethnic groups, religious groups, social groups, interest groups. And therefore, peace activities, peace-building activities are ongoing. And you have to look at the proper articulation between what they are doing, what development, and what humanitarian is doing. I think that is the long answer to your very good short question.
Thanks for that. Maybe we dive into then the more challenging parts. If we have a consensus, apparently, on the analysis that we have interlinked challenges. To pick up your picture of the fire brigade, for firemen, it's extremely important that they are considered as helping everybody, to do it in a neutral way and to distinguish a fire wherever it is. The European policy is sometimes named, and you will tell us if you think that's fair, sometimes named as a prime example how this might be mixed with other interests, how it is needs-based, but in a way also focusing maybe less so on peace, but more on security issues, maybe on migration issues. And we can talk in more detail, for example, about budget issues, financial frameworks linked to that. But maybe if you would need to comment in a few phrases on the overall critique. Is that a fair critique, at least if we look at the past years, or is this misleading?
Well, I think it is difficult to answer your question, so to say, with one sentence, because you really have to look at the situation in every single theater and every single crisis scenario. If you were right, this would presuppose that there is some sort of master plan for a given crisis, and that some mastermind behind this master plan comes with an idea that Europe's interests are this and that, we should do this and that. Unfortunately, this is not true. Unfortunately, I'd say, because I think it would be good if we had that level of aggregation, that level of harmonization between individual policies and focusing them on one objective, which would be maybe the European interest. No, on the contrary, I think like many other donors, and I think Germany is another case in point, we are suffering from a lack of coordination. We are suffering from silo thinking. We are suffering from a fragmentation. So humanitarian responders do not have the instinct in the first place to think about what is really going on in the situation, what is the cause of conflict, what is the analysis. They're just rushing into it in order to help. Development people have a totally different perspective. Their, let's say, main issue is not necessarily fragility or vulnerability, but they want, for example, to work with state structures. They want to build partnerships. They want to build international cooperation. Vulnerable people are not necessarily, I mean, exceptions confirm the rule, their main focus. And of course, peace builders very often have a security focus. Now, these things work together sometimes in a way that the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. I think what we try to do with the Nexus is to make these people sit around the same table. And first, before they get to action, really analyze the context, really try to understand what's going on and who are the players to the conflict. And on that basis, develop joint planning and ultimately perhaps joint action. In some crises, this works very, very well, in others less well. This has to do, I think, with two main factors. One is the situation on the ground. What are the constellations? What is the role of the government? What is the role of interest groups in a given crisis? But it also has to do very much with the people on the side of the aid agencies. Are they talking to each other or not? Right. And unfortunately, I think the human factor is, again, the weak link here. For me, Nexus is not rocket science. Nexus is just the Latin translation of the British term or the English term of common sense. But if people don't want to offer common sense, if they don't want to sit at the same table, if they think that there needs to be a Chinese wall, a firewall between humanitarian development and peace building, then of course you have uncoordinated action, you have lack of efficiency, and sometimes you have indeed individual sector interest dominating over a, let's say, conflict-sensitive and over a people-focused approach. And that is a sad reality which we have to work against.
Picking up your request to talk about concrete examples, maybe we focus a bit now on the Sahel and Mali. If it's about common sense, I guess, and let me be the advocate for that, critics would say, well, yeah, it might be about common sense, and there might be a need to more appropriately link what we do in the humanitarian development peace world, but given the sensitivities involved, it's even more important that we do that on a sound basis, and we do that really focused on humanitarian development and peace needs. If we take Mali and Sahel, and a concrete tool the European Commission has used in the past years, the EU Trust Fund for this region, critics say, well, this is the integration of these split areas in a way which might be not appropriate, because it is linking rather security focus, rather anti-migration policies with something which should be impartial, humanitarian, and focus on peace efforts and peace for the country, peace for the people on the ground. You will be very well aware of this discussion, for example, about the EU Trust Fund, and same with the new EU financial framework, the discussion if there are different policies integrated in an inappropriate way. Is this a fair point? Does the EU Commission also need to readjust its balancing, integration versus separation of tasks where it's needed?
Well, first, let me be very open with you. I'm a huge fan of the European trust funds. And I'm really chagrined by the fact that very probably they're not going to survive the end of 2021. I think it's a huge mistake not to continue them for a variety of reasons. One reason, for example, is that the trust funds are the best example of proper coordination between the EU institutions and the EU member states. I've been in international cooperation for more than 30 years in the field, in the German government, and now in Brussels. I haven't seen any platform where coordination with the member states would be as good as in the case of the trust. Now, it is true that if you think of the Africa Trust Fund, which was a concrete deliverable of the Valletta Summit back in 2015, the genesis of that trust fund was, of course, to find a pool of money, so to say, that could be used in cooperation with African countries to stem irregular migration and fight its root causes on the African continent. So the origin of the trust fund was, in fact, so to say, something that was motivated by Europe's fears of irregular migration after the Syrian crisis in 2015. Now, that doesn't exclude that individual country programs under trust funds are extremely meaningful and do the right thing. And I think what has happened both in the Africa Trust Fund but also in the Mother Trust Fund for the Syrian crisis is that increasingly so, the trust fund has covered an area which is somehow the gray zone between humanitarian aid proper and development aid. Now, for this gray zone, there are many, many different names. Some call it resilience, some call it recovery, some call it stabilization, some call it humanitarian plus, and there may be other names around. Now, if this is implemented in a proper way, then it's a blessing. And therefore, I think the trust fund as such, or the way how we operate there, is not the key issue. The important issue is that there is money. But then the question is how this is used. And it needs to be used in a way that first is based on, as I said, a joint conflict analysis, which brings the various parties of the conflict together. Secondly, then the response needs to be coordinated. It needs to be coordinated with bilateral development aid, with what other donors are doing, for example, or Germany, France, the World Bank, and others. It needs to be coordinated also with humanitarian aid. And there, of course, there are many, many good examples. If you take the
Michael, can I interrupt you, because you will get the floor very soon again, and I'm really grateful for you, because now we have a really nice controversy on the table, I believe, and we will surely come back to you. But if we give a chance to Diawari, who would be the perfect person, I think, to comment on what you outlined, and many thanks for being so opinionated, because I think few politicians would be so open with your views and on the pros of this approach, given that it's for sure promoting coordination. Diawari Bouari, you are the country director of Oxfam in Mali. You have vast experience, 30 years in development cooperation. You've been for 20 years with CARE, and you've been one of the coordinators of a statement on this very EU Trust Fund and European donor policies in Mali and in Sahel. This statement named the EU Trust Fund as a risky, dangerous tool because it might undermine neutral, impartial humanitarian action, and it asked NGOs and and many of them signed it, not to work with the EU Trust Fund. Could you elaborate a bit, given the pros Michael has so illustratively outlined, and that coordination has been much better in this Trust Fund? Why did you ask for the statement? Why did you coordinate it, and what came out of it? Over to you, dear Wari.
Thank you, and hi to everyone. I'm happy to be part of this. Probably it's important also to put some context on my intervention. Just to clarify that the coordination that has happened, that is a coordination coming from the entire Federation of NGOs, international NGOs Mali, who have made a clear position statement for the double nexus versus triple nexus. And that was a common position, and there was over 90 international NGOs who signed up against this. And this is based on practical, what we are observing in the ground. What could be the risk? First of all, I need to recognize, as Michael said, definitely the Trust Fund has a lot of positive support. It's for the first time, and there are some kind of intent to connect humanitarian with the resilience recovery. We all recognize that, and that is well appreciated. However, we realize in the practice, it put in danger some of the critical principle, humanitarian principle. We as a humanitarian, we are all trying to preserve. The moment this is compromised, then we miss our core principle and our commitment against those humanitarian principles. And this is very important to keep in mind. If a donor support comes with some conditionalities that link to securities, military intervention, migration, then somehow it's try to deviate from the basic need for those vulnerable, the conflict-affected community. So this is the most important element, I think. And when it's happened, the Trust Fund have been launched when the community has, we have already signed what we call the position paper on the Nexus. When it's come, and then probably that's one of the questions we can elaborate on that, and there was a dilemma. How to do? This is one of the major funding mechanisms that's coming within this country with the challenging situation. Are we compromising our humanitarian mandate and take this money, or are we sticking to our humanitarian mandate? This is one of the controversy, this challenge we face. I do not want to enter that because I'm quite sure we will come on that. But again, I need to recognize that this specific example has been one of the challenging we face when dealing. I wanted to take some concrete field example. When you find yourself in the field as a humanitarian NGOs, military groups, G4s, the G5, or some of the MINUSMA or are undertaking the same type of humanitarian intervention on the behalf of the community, those vulnerable communities, so to build up their acceptances. This is creating a confusion on the ground. Who is a humanitarian, who is not? I think the mandate of each of those actors need to be clear. It's not one is important than another, but we need to be clear on our personal and our specific mandate to stick on that to avoid. For example, when we created that confusion and this line is blurred, what's the component, the consequence? Military come, they do humanitarian, they go to school, they provide food and to communities. They go out. Then you come as a humanitarian in the same community. After, by the way, after the military has gone out, the armed group have come to the community and molest them because they have been in line, they have been complicit with the military. The same time, the next day, you as a humanitarian, you come to make a desert intervention. What will be the attitude of the community? They become resistance because you are exposing them, because they are not making a clear distinction who is a humanitarian, who is a military. So this is a key element we are putting forward. We are not questioning the importance of the peace component, but as of now, there is a clear confusion and interpretation on the peace component. From us as a humanitarian, as an NGOs development actor, we look at it from the conflict sensitivity perspective. We look at the social cohesion building perspective. We look at also social protection. We look at local mediation. This for us is the key element we need to promote when we talk about peace. However, if peace is interpreted by someone as a stabilization, as a military perspective, then that creates a few confusion. That's why we are advocating to not to mix up this peace component when we talk about the nexus. I wanted to stop here first, and then probably we can elaborate. Thank you.
Thanks, dear Wari. Many thanks for sharing these views and this example. Maybe to follow up on one point you said, it is risking what we do here on the ground. Given that we take the example of the EU Trust Fund, which integrates, for everybody who's not an expert, integrates funding for security issues, for development issues, for some migration issues. Having said that, sometimes there is a note and a view that humanitarians like to highlight that we need to act principled, etc. But in concrete terms, you have, of course, also these case studies, these countries, where actually it's very hard to identify what has been the impact by not following a very principled approach. So you named that in Mali, it has been risking humanitarian action. Have there been issues by Oxfam, by other agencies, following, for example, the acceptance of these funds, or that people knew that various actors and interests might be mixed on the ground? Can this be named in concrete terms, or is something you rather fear in the midterm, in the long run, or risk even for security of your staff?
Okay, good. I think this is interesting because we are talking from the principle and the ground experience. We share with our colleagues. We are a member of the NGOs Federation, and we have a group of coordination, what is humanitarian. All of the issues we are facing are discussed, and we're trying to find a solution together. I'm not trying to speak on the behalf of Oxfam here, because as I have been getting this mandate, one of my action was to engage with my peers, NGOs within the NGOs Federation. What's the common stand we need to take on this? So when we did that kind of common position note, definitely it was important because it was built based on the concrete field example, the fear, the concern we have. For example, the humanitarian access today is compromised in many places where you have military action. So this is one of the area, concrete example where you could see when there is a military intervention, when there is a zone, when there is a presence, a state control place or a no-state control places, the level of access is totally different than when you have another places where there is no that kind of confusion, where the intervention of the military is not. So I cannot start and put pointing because we will never finish a concrete example we have been having. You have been stuck when you are under intervention, and they are scrutinizing on you, on your staff, field staff. Who are your donors? And there have been staff who have been detained for months because they wanted to find out what is behind this intervention. By sticking to your humanitarian principle, thank God some of those humanitarians have been able to be released after a lot of scrutiny. others have not got the same chance. So community side, that is the staff. The risk staff are exposed on the continued days. We have a long list, but this platform is not the place where you could bring those specific.
Right. Many thanks for Diawari. Maybe we share this view quickly with Michael and give him a chance to react. Interesting to hear that from your view, locals, conflict parties, community level do distinguish. They do distinguish between actors, and it's not this notion we sometimes hear, well, if the white guy is coming, nobody cares because he's just mixed up with whoever, and it's very difficult to highlight the mandates, and that might be sometimes rather academic, some people say. Well, Michael might say. Michael, you made the point, the key issue that there is money out there, and it's not that important about the mandates. We have to think in an integrated way and to live a nexus. How would you react to what Diawari reported from Mali on the impact of the EU Trust Fund? Does that make sense from your view?
Well, I think Diawari is very much right. I can very much agree with what he says, but I would like to dispel perhaps one misunderstanding. The EU trust funds altogether, including the one on Africa, including what it is doing in Mali, that is not humanitarian aid. This is development aid. Yeah. Of course, on the ground, this distinction is not always that clear. Therefore, I spoke about a gray zone. But what DG ECHO, for example, is doing in Mali doesn't go through the trust fund. We have in the central Sahel, Burkina, Mali, Niger, we have more than 100 million euros a year that is implemented by partners such as Oxfam in a principled way. And obviously, humanitarian aid clearly follows a different line. The problem in Mali is that we don't have yet, and that is different from Burkina, for example, and even different from Niger, we do not yet have a strategy for the nexus. We do not yet have, because of the political situation, because of the many challenges in the country, we do not yet have, let's say, a clear-cut plan. Who does what and how does this link? So what Diawari said is, I think, very well taken, but it shows that the nexus is not even yet implemented. And that is one point. The second point I would like to make is that looking at it from a Mali point of view, I think Diawari is very, very right. But we should not succumb to one misunderstanding. The peace part of the nexus is not about sending military in the first place. I think this is rather the exception to the rule. The peace element means conflict prevention. It means diplomacy. It means mediation. It means stabilization. It means peace building in its different forms, conflict resolution. It can mean peacekeeping. Yes, yes. And in Mali, we have this problem. And I'm sure that there are many, many abuses and many forms of, let's say, undue overlap, so to say, between what the military forces are doing and what humanitarian aid wants. We have altogether, not only in Mali, we have a very active dialogue with the military on civil-military cooperation, humanitarian aid. But two things are very clear. First, military and support by the military for humanitarian actions can only be the last resort. If we have no other access to vulnerable people, then we may also use the help of the military. And secondly, it's mainly the logistics that we need. Not the security, but the logistics. And even that, of course, can only be mobilized when we have the feeling that this does not make us part of the conflict. But I give you one example. If you go to Nigeria, if you go to Borno State in the northeast, where all the IDPs, and we're speaking about hundreds of thousands of them, are living in garrison towns, how do you want to supply them if you don't find some sort of understanding with the Nigerian military? Either you find this understanding, then you have access and can work, or you don't, and then these people are going to starve and have no education and no health services. So this is the stark choice before which you are. And of course, this can lead to a blurring of lines. I admit that. It can lead to misunderstandings, and it can lead to, let's say, situations that we should better avoid. I admit that.
Thank you, Michael. And I'm sure we come back later on to this topic of civil-military cooperation. And we might touch also on Mali, where humanitarian actors, when we've been there, for example, had also difficulties to name where they do have access and how this is built on neutrality and how they can access without coordinating in some way with military actors. Let's move on to another panelist. I'm really happy that Cecilia Rosselli is with us. As mentioned, she's the Director of Humanitarian Policy in Geneva of NRC. NRC is not only an agency with vast policy capacities and lots of papers out there, they're also very focused in the various areas on donor policies and very outspoken on this one, while appreciating lots of reforms and movements which are welcomed, for example, by NRC. Cecilia, if we take this discussion a bit beyond first the German, now the European level, and look a bit on the international side, what's your analysis if you look at the nexus and how donors deal with it? Is there also some good news you could share?
Thank you, Ralph. It's rather challenging to come into this passionate debate and go back to my notes for this intervention, but I'll do my best to make it juicy. First of all, let me start by saying that the importance of the nexus is particularly relevant at this moment in time, and especially in this time of COVID-19, when all we are facing an immense challenge in being able to respond to the downward spiral of secondary impact consequences related to the crisis. And I would like to quote actually Mr. Köhler in one of his interventions at the beginning of May, when we had a discussion around the EU perspective around COVID-19 and the nexus, when he said that COVID-19 is basically a reality check for the nexus. And we all have to plan together, we all have to properly articulate the link between humanitarian and development. And it feels as if we have not failed, but it's a long way to go before we are able to really make sure that everything is in place to cope with the situation. Even if a fully funded humanitarian response plan is out there, which is not the case, alone it will not be able to support our efforts. And money, I also think money is not enough to address these challenges. And yesterday in your discussion, you were able to elaborate a lot around the discussion on what is needed also from a political level and in terms of engagement from leadership and in terms of will to prioritize lives and livelihood of what conflict affected people. But focusing on donor practices, which is what I would like to discuss today, I looked yesterday in preparing for this at the suggestions that we put forward a year ago with the humanitarian financing, the Nexus report, when we looked at gaps and opportunities from a field perspective. And some of the challenges and some of the suggestions are definitely still valid today. And I will not go through all of them in detail because I mean, I'm sure you have heard of it and you can have a look at the report when the time allows. But I would like to highlight a couple of challenges that are still extremely important for us to focus our attention on. The first is that there is limited coherence or at least limited evidence of coherence in financing the Nexus. And we can talk about some sort of complementarity sometimes, but coherence is not yet there. And the financing response across the Nexus is definitely uneven. We believe this is a make or break moment for us to ensure this coherence because we are united towards one challenge. And we have an opportunity that we cannot miss. Coordination and planning, ways of working at global as well as country level is far from being ideal. And we are really not up to speed with the high level commitment that we all make when we participate in this kind of events or platform. And what I hear from operational colleagues is that there is still very little provided between the programs that fall between masks and budget support. So there is really a lot we can do together about it. We are missing from this conversation the real player, development actors that should be sitting at this table. We are missing the World Bank. the international financial institutions that have a role to play in all of this, not only in providing funding, but also in influencing the policy direction for this funding. Mm-hmm. I also feel that there is, despite all the good efforts, and there are several, and maybe later we can talk about it, there is still a tendency to work in silo. So all donors have developed positive and good examples to address the nexus, but they still fail to come together to coordinate. And this is particularly true for development actors. And I remember when we did the study, we tried to map out all the different pilot countries that different donors were coming up with. And we ended up with an Excel table that was never ending and impossible to print, because it's difficult to identify a place where efforts are put together in a coordinated fashion. And then the other two challenges I would like to highlight are related to participation of the different stakeholders that sometimes is not up to standards or is variable. And consultations in particular with the international and national NGOs sometimes is lacking. And I have a case study from Cameroon that I can elaborate on if there is an interest. And there is also sometimes what was referred earlier, an artificial distinction between humanitarian and development space and financing. Mm-hmm. And we suffer from it. It's a kind of an existential crisis for an organization like mine that is willing to accompany displaced people from one point to the other. So I think this is important to keep in mind. And then the last challenge that I would like to highlight is the friction that existed, that has already been pointed out very well by Diawari, between principled humanitarian action and donor compliance requirements, and in particular around beneficiary vetting. And I'll be happy to maybe elaborate further on that. So if I have time now, I would like to point to two practical suggestions to take this forward and maybe not address all these challenges, but two things that I believe we can put in practice and we can discuss. The first one is related to quality funding. The colleague that spoke yesterday from Plan mentioned already a good example of quality funding, and I would like to refer to that. There is an opportunity we have in implementing flexible and predictable funding that is conducive to Nexus discussion, is conducive to Nexus implementation, and we can learn from existing experience. We have developed a catalog of best practices for quality funding that are leading to the implementation of better collective outcomes. We have developed a menu, so now the question is what to pick from that menu and how to adapt it to the different contexts and the different donor rules and regulation that we all, of course, understand that exist and needs to be implemented. And yesterday, the colleague from Plan referred to the specific example of the program-based approach, which is implemented at the moment by Norway and Sweden. There are attempts to pilot a similar approach by ECHO with the programmatic partnership, by Germany, I heard in the last few weeks, and other donors are interested. So I think we have something that we can start with, and we can learn from, and from which we can take the experience. And the second and last suggestion that I would like to make is exactly related to learning and sharing experience. I know that it might appear as a simple suggestion, but it is not. Because we always say in all our recommendations that we need to share, we need to learn, we need to socialize what we are working on. But at the end of the day, we do that very often in open events like this one, and I really thank you, Cha, for the opportunity to have this discussion. But we don't do it at the technical level. We don't do it in closed-door discussion roundtable where we can discuss what works and what not. Mm-hmm. What are the challenges NRC is facing in implementing a specific instrument? What can we do to contribute to the lessons learned of ECHO in the implementation of the pilot, the Nexus pilot countries program? I really think this is important, and would like to offer our support and availability to contribute to that discussion.
Thank you, Cecilia. Maybe very quickly only, you named already there are lessons to be learned, there are good practice examples, best practice examples. I've cited a paper a while ago when you, for example, looked at DFID, former DFID, the UK policies, and on Sweden, SIDA. Are there one or two very quick examples only what you think this has been really a tool worth looking into and that really helped?
Thank you, Ralph. I was hoping to be able to speak a bit more about the SIDA example, but also referring to the experience from DFID. Already in 2015, the UK promoted an aid strategy that aimed at leaving no one behind, that already put the nexus at the center of the debate. And that allowed for the development of joined up country strategies that, of course, had a positive impact in the possibility to implement at country level the nexus. Again, I think there is a lot that we can learn from that experience if it is shared and if it is put on the table at peer level. So I really think I would like to stimulate this exchange amongst donors. Maybe something is already happening within the GHD and in other platforms, but I believe it's important that a discussion is taken to learn from each other's experience and build on that. SIDA is definitely a champion for the Nexus. Not only the development of the policy framework introduced in 2016 allowed for putting the Nexus at the center, it also provides what I think is important, training opportunities internally to its own staff to learn what we're talking about. So to cascade down to the embassy level that you were referring to earlier, Ralph, what do we mean with the Nexus? It also created a small resilience fund that is ring-fencing funding for discrete Nexus programming. We also have the chance and the opportunity to work together with SIDA at developing a pilot mediation program in the framework of the Conflict Resolution and Peace Security Department of SIDA, which allows for experimenting approaches, allows for testing things on a predictable time frame that allow to learn from the experience and replicate these in other countries.
Thank you, Cecilia. Very good insights, very concrete, very hands-on. Thanks for this input. You mentioned we need the development actors on the table and we need much better coordination with and among the development actors. So, of course, purely by chance, we have a development actor right now with us, and I'm really happy to move on to Martin Schuldes. He's the head of the Peace Division, if I may frame it like that, at the German Development Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. The division, the proper name is Peace and Security, Disaster Risk Management. Martin has a vast experience in conflict settings. He's been twice for years in Afghanistan. He has been dealing a lot with security actors in Afghanistan and beyond, also following up here in Germany with the Defense Ministry and the Academy of the latter here in Berlin. So Martin, if development actors are key to this, and if we maybe focus again a bit on the program side and integration of the program side and the policy side, maybe we can elaborate a bit your view how the German Development Ministry tries to engage in that. You're a bit the one coordinating, because the Peace Division is a policy division. Your efforts to integrate real peace objectives into German policies. How would you name, what is the approach and where do we stand in this debate, which is ongoing for quite some while? Over to you, Martin.
Well, thank you, Ralph, and thanks to my colleagues for all the already very interesting insights. I, if possible, try to also reflect on these insights and in a way try to comment on them. Maybe I start by saying a few words about the context, the relevance of the context. It has already been addressed because that's a very important starting point. And I think what is really relevant for our debate and for the discussion is an observation that the overall context has been changing dramatically. We see not only a huge increase in the number of conflicts, but they are also getting more dynamic and more protracted in a way. And the consequence is that it, in a way, it does not only bring the humanitarian actors on the table, but given the fact that these conflicts are more long-term, I mean, in a way prompt the need to more strongly get the development side also on board. And that should also be the guiding principle for our work. And this is also the way we see our mandate here, not only in the ministry, to get our country desks partners on board and try to shed a light on peace and security issues. People that work in the Africa division, people who are responsible for our bilateral cooperation with Latin America or Asia. So this is public relations work in a way to draw attention to the relevance of the nexus. So this is not very easy because people are always very busy and say, well, no, we have our portfolio. We work together with Mali or Afghanistan or whichever country. We have well-established sectors. We do water supply, we do energy, we do rule of law. We are already very busy. And then it's sometimes very hard to squeeze in and reserve some time to get their attention and say, well, because you do that, it does have a peace and security dimension, and we should be partners in developing these portfolios further. So this is one way how we try to get the nexus on board in our bilateral and multilateral development cooperation. And another point of view which I would like to draw your attention to is we can do more, and I would say much more, also in two ways. First is on the multilateral level. I should think that the German side, all ministries, especially BMZ, are undertaking tremendous efforts in order to get the peace and security topic and also the nexus more strongly on the multilateral agenda, and also to more strategically develop our cooperation with UN agencies at the service of the nexus. Here we can do much more. And in terms of joint HDP programming and to be oriented by what we call collective outcomes. And the third one, which has already been addressed and which is a complicated one, I should say, is also to extend our cooperation jointly with the Federal Foreign Office, with the civil society organizations, with the NGOs. Why is this? Because we think if we look at the situation, what we observe is what I like to call the erosion of statehood and the lack of state partners. And if we would like to follow the HDP nexus and support the countries to undergo what we call a transformation towards a post-conflict scenario, we need an all-society approach. It's not enough that we sit together at one table, humanitarian actors, the development actors, but what we need is civil society organizations, representatives from academia, from scientific organizations. So because these transformative processes in our partner countries, we can only support, we can only help. They themselves need to be supported in order to develop the energy and the dynamics towards that kind of transformation. Over to you, Ralph.
Thank you, Martin. Many thanks for the great overview. Maybe following up on one point you mentioned openly, it's hard to squeeze in sometimes in the bilateral programs in discussions with colleagues, the peace component, the relevance of conflict sensitivity, etc. If I take that one step further, might it be also in the very first place a key question to have a common understanding of what we mean by peace, what the government means by peace, or one institution like one ministry, which is of course a big body. If we stick to the example of the Sahel region, critics say, well, what might be labeled as peace sometimes is more focusing, investing in police forces, in frontier controls. It's sometimes more linked to building up institutional capacities on the ground, which few people would probably name as peace efforts, while at the same time, of course, that's an important part of German funding, of European funding, etc. Is there also a lack of understanding of what we mean by peace on the government side?
Well, it's a very complicated and complex matter. Whatever notion you take and talk to people, you would certainly... can you hear me and see me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, good. I got some indication that there's some problem. Well, the point I was making was, regardless of whatever term you put on the table and talk to people, be it peace or resilience or coordination, you would certainly get a variety, a multiplicity of opinions. That is not to say that it's not very relevant and necessary to create and debate that kind of joint understanding. And I do see a lot of willingness and readiness also of our colleagues here in the ministry, but also in our implementing organizations with our partners from the Foreign Office and all other ministries to have that kind of debate and to find a common understanding. Our starting point is that we need a much broader and more comprehensive understanding of peace. Peace certainly is not limited to the absence of violence. So peace in a more sustainable and long-term way certainly means equality of opportunities, so that people, regardless of their ethnicity, of their sexual orientation, of their provenance, that they have the chance to well, develop their own talents. Peace also means that you have state and public structures that follow a common sense and are oriented by a common good, so as to create opportunities for people. Peace also means fairness in terms of questions that are related to using limited natural resources. So it's a very broad concept, but it's certainly necessary to develop a kind of common understanding. And this is because if you do not have that common, that joint or common kind of starting point, it would certainly be very complicated to develop a joint way and to follow a way that is connected in the sense of the HDP nexus that we are talking about. Right. So it remains a challenge, certainly.
Thank you, Martin, and thanks again for being so frank. So it's surely not good news that we need to start this discussion from scratch in some ways with many partners, and that there is a lot to fix on this front. Let's take a quick second round on the panel before we move to what's been ongoing in the chat. And usually, indeed, when we talk about donors, the chat is very lively and people are very opinionated, so looking forward to that. Michael, if I can turn again a question, picking up from what Martin just said to you. we might have integrated budget lines, we might have disintegrated ones, we might formally split here and there humanitarian development issues, but there is a perception of some practitioners that we have indeed a mixing of objectives. We have a mixing of security objectives in the Sahel, for example. We have a mixing of it with migration policies. And if our development funds are focusing so much on that, if humanitarian assistance is decreasing, as has been a major concern with the new EU financial framework, if some tools of the new EU financial framework might be mixed as still under discussion, and I always struggle to read that, even to read it, to be honest. If we mix the EU Development Fund and the Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument, NDICI, do you understand that it might raise concerns, and would you agree that there might be some homework to do?
Not quite sure, Ralph, whether I understood your question, but maybe to dispel one misunderstanding. EU development aid is not diminishing. Yeah, it's not diminishing. There will be quite an increase in the next financial period between 21 and 27.
No, the humanitarian angle we talked about. There are concerns that the humanitarian budget might be much lower than expected, if that's correct.
Well, what is expected? I mean, the Commission proposed an increase of humanitarian funding by 30%. And while negotiations are still ongoing between member states and the European Parliament, everything that I know seems to indicate that we are going to get that increase. Now, does this mean we are going to have more money? Not really so. Sorry for abusing of your time here, but if you understand a little bit the kind of intricacies of the humanitarian aid budgeting system that we have in the EU, then you know that in addition to our normal budget, which, as I said, is according to all likelihood going to be increased by about 30%, we are able to draw significantly on reserves in the European budget in order to respond to new urgencies. For example, half of the money that we made available in the response to COVID didn't come from the humanitarian budget, but came from reserves in the EU budget. Much of what we are doing in Turkey for hosting Syrian refugees and, for example, providing social security or also education to them doesn't come from the humanitarian budget, but comes from a reinforcement. Sometimes also our development colleagues give us money. For example, this year, we have received around 90 million euros from DG DEFCO's development budget that was transferred to humanitarian aid because we were able in certain crisis situations to respond more quickly than our development partners. So the question is whether in the future financial systems, these top-ups will also continue. Mm-hmm. So the baseline budget will certainly increase significantly. The question is whether we are going to have the same access to reserves as in the past, and there the jury is still out. But even if we had that, the scissors between the needs on the one hand and the availability of funding, the scissors is opening more and more. And that, I think, is one of the most important reasons why we have to speak about a meaningful nexus and why we have to speak about the innovative financial instruments in humanitarian aid. Because otherwise we are going to fall shorter and shorter of the needs and the requirements.
And would you be happy to comment also on the policy side, this notion that, well, if we talk so much about security issues, about migration issues, if many of the funding and the debates, for example, in the Sahel, are linked to these topics, it might shy away humanitarians to link to what you plan, even in a coordination body, because as Diawari highlighted, there are major concerns that then you lose your impartiality, you might even lose access on the ground in operational terms. Do you see the point that sometimes, even if it's the rhetoric, security, peace, migration issues are pretty much interlinked in the debate by, for example, donors?
Yes, of course I see the point, but let me be utterly pragmatic. I don't care why somebody is giving me money. I care about how I spend it. If somebody wants to give me money because he or she is afraid of irregular migration from a certain country and therefore thinks humanitarian aid might help, fine. As long as I can spend this money according to my humanitarian principles, as long as my implementing partners sign up to these principles, as long as I can fully implement impartiality, independence, as long as I'm not obliged to use this money only in government-held territory, but can also work in territory that is held by armed non-state actors, for example, I'm fine. I'm fine. Give you one example. I just mentioned Turkey. Our biggest programs in humanitarian aid are, in fact, in Turkey. We have the CCTE project, for example, which is social safety net for 1.8 million Syrian refugees. This costs us €500 million a year, €500 million only this program, which is now implemented by IFRC. Now, we got this money under the EU-Turkey statement of 2016, and it is part of the facility for refugees in Turkey. So if anything, this is political money. But then it is implemented by the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, and is implemented according to humanitarian standards. And as long as that is safeguarded, so to say, as long as this is the case, I don't have a problem if somebody wants to give me money because there may be a political interest. It's not the source of the money, it's the way how it is implemented, I think that counts here.
Many thanks, Michael. I'm hearing you, having been with the World Food Programme, I know about being pragmatic, while, for example, taking the example of Turkey, some people may say, well, what we see in Moria might be linked to these policies as well. But that's another topic I would love to discuss you whenever you might come to Berlin, or we could do a separate discussion.
I would say we would have many more Morias if we didn't have our programs in Turkey.
Okay. Your point, fully taken. Diawari, why aren't you just utterly pragmatic? I mean, it's got a point, one might say. You've got the money, and if you can use it in a way which makes sense, which is principled, etc., what's the big deal?
Good. I'm happy that it comes from Michael. And to clarify also, in my previous intervention, ECHO have been remaining consistent regard to their position, regard to the respect of the humanitarian principle. However, in the ground, as it has been mentioned by Cecilia, there are many streams of funding. So when you take a money, whether you decided, I'm not taking this money because of my principle, this is your choice. However, if you take it, you cannot make the choice, the use of it, without having the prior approval. So this is the donor compliance issues. And that is making it more complex. I'm happy that a specific example that have been mentioned, more and more donors are being trying to open to give that level of flexibility. And we need also to comply with the requirement, the donor requirement. It's we cannot compromise neither our humanitarian principle, neither the donor conditionalities. It's clear that the ECHO fund has to be used exclusively for humanitarian. And I'm happy also to hear that BMZ also has started putting some specific example, innovative example where they give that kind of flexibility to move between humanitarian development. These are appreciated, and we are trying to put that into perspective. However, to go back to your specific question, my choice and all of our choice, if you get the money has to be used for the specific purpose the money has been given. It's not like Michael could say, Michael may have a lot of source of funding to decide whether they should. However, when we take the money, we needed to fulfill our humanitarian mandate and at the same time, the donor compliance mechanism. I wanted to be short on that. However, there is a lot of evidence behind that. So we cannot be as pragmatic as we can taking money and use for the humanitarian purpose when that was not initially agreed with the donor. That's why we are advocating for this level of flexibility while maintaining our humanitarian mandate, our principles. And again, another point we talk about, and I'm happy Michael said, there is an increase on the humanitarian fund, 30%. However, in the practice, how much is going under protection? How much is going under conflict sensitivities? How much is going into all these social cohesion building and so on? When you make this, each of the time when there is a eco-HIP that is launched, it's a huge debate with our representative, local representative. Oh, we do not have enough money for this section. And we think also in context like Mali today, those are the most sensitive one. However, we do not have adequate money for that. How we could deal with that?
Thank you, Diawari. Maybe can I quickly follow up with one question and give the floor back to you?
Yes.
On the EU Trust Fund, to stick a bit to this example, does Michael have a point? Because, I mean, this position paper we discussed criticizing the EU Trust Fund has been signed by many, many NGOs from Mali, but most of them have taken the pragmatic approach and the follow-up, if I'm well informed, and have applied for the Trust Fund and have argued, for example, in interviews with us, that as long as they can do something pragmatic, if they can do the right thing, why shouldn't they do so? And of course, it's a lot of competition out there. So does Michael have a point on that one? Can you still hear me, Diawari?
Oh, okay.
The floor is back to you. Sorry, sorry for shocking you.
To Michael. Yes, this is another element we face here. We jointly sign up a principle. Say, okay, we wanted to stick to the double nexus, and that was signed. And what we found when the second phase, I need to clarify the EU Trust Fund, there is a first phase in Mali and there was a second phase. When the second phase was issued, everyone went embarrassed regard to the conditionality that was. And we put together and we wrote back. We had a meeting with the EU delegation and we went back up to the headquarters to say, these are principles, that are some things that compromise. Can we take off of it? But at a certain point, oh, there have been, no one said openly, we are not, but we will see how we take it. But you know, the decision-taking process, the decision-making process, you have to make the decision to apply. Probably at the contractual stage, you may have some strong negotiation, but you know, the power dynamic between a donor and implementing NGOs, where it is a kind of survival for some of the partners who are exclusively focused on those kind of funding. They do not have the luxury. And that's one element. The second element is the decision power between headquarters of some of those NGOs and the local representative. And we know even the nexus is not a uniform understanding between all the Sahel region. You may find another Sahel country who has a different perspective because the government have been able to impose the Triple Nexus. Michael said it. Mali has not gone to that. There is no adoption. But this is another important element. Government has the power, and they said, okay, we adopt the Triple Nexus. What's the definition? What they wanted to achieve through the Triple Nexus. Donor wanted to prone, and the UN system wanted to prone the Triple Nexus. And at the moment, the engine become like a kind of in the middle. And you have to decide whether to take or not when you are facing financial survival crisis. Then the decision becomes very challenging. Probably Cecilia may know a lot about it because that's many of our NGOs, our peer NGOs have been confronted to that decision. Somehow the decision even to take the money was not in their hand at the local level, at the ground level.
Right.
This is the reality.
Thank you, Diawari, and thanks for pointing already to Cecilia. Perfectly positioned to comment on that. Cecilia, what's your take? I mean, you raised a couple of points which would be really important to talk about. And really important for NGOs jointly promote, but at the same time we see a lot of competition out there and not always a lot of coordination, including the advocacy side. Is that an issue where NGOs also need to be more aware that in this way a nexus might be helpful as well?
Well, thank you. It is a difficult question because especially when the situation becomes challenging, then competition increases, and competition for resources is definitely, as I said before, a driver for a lack of coherence. I really believe that when we come together, when we are able to rally around a unifying challenge like we have done in Mali, we are definitely stronger, and we are able to put forward a principled approach that is in line with what our mission and mandate is. I think it's important that we also, as NGOs, try to be honest about the challenge that we face in taking this decision. Diawari was pointing to it. It is an internal dilemma every time we have to cope with this situation. And we have to develop, and we are trying to do it as NRC, we have developed internal policies that allow us to guide our staff in taking this decision. But this is a real challenge. We have developed a toolkit for principled humanitarian action to help ourselves and colleagues to navigate through these dilemmas posed by our intention and ambition to remain principled as we are, but at the same time confronted with the pragmatism that Michael was referring to, because we want to deliver, we want to stay, we want to be able to assist the population that we are meant to do so. So I really think it's important that we share those challenges, but we maintain a really principled approach and have red lines that we cannot cross. And that right. The red line that I want to refer to is the one that I hinted at the end of my initial contribution around beneficiary vetting. This is an issue that is challenging for NGOs. Beneficiary vetting is not imposed, of course, by humanitarian donors, but it comes into picture whenever we approach development actors that are not familiar with IHL, are not familiar with principled humanitarian action. And then what do? We cannot breach IHL. We cannot breach the principles and share information about our own beneficiaries and avoid providing assistance to people that are designated as a terrorist. We cannot do that. Mm-hmm. And we have a red line that we have to keep. This, as a consequence, limit our capacity to access Nexus funding. Mm-hmm. So we don't have a solution to that, but it is a challenge that we are facing, and it's important that we keep the focus on that. Mm.
Thanks, Cecilia. Maybe just to share with everybody who might not be an expert on the vetting discussion and counterterrorism issues, this beneficiary vetting, surely a crucial debate to which extent aid actors should share information about their beneficiaries and their background with donors, which is of course sensitive in many contexts. Martin, to conclude this final round on the panel, maybe with a final question to you. You've been based in Afghanistan twice. You know so much about development and security cooperation on that front. Michael made the point, why should agencies care about where the money is coming from? If we link that to a long-standing German debate about civil-military cooperation, and it's sometimes a conditionality of the German Development Ministry to cooperate on the civil military side in what we called in German vernetzte Sicherheit. Would you agree that aid actors should be more pragmatic, and as long as they can do the right thing with the funds, why debate so much about conditionality?
Well, that's a huge question, and we could certainly talk a very long time about it. I think what Michael certainly did not mean is that whoever is providing money, mean person included or so, that would not count in any way. Certainly not.
But that was a nice quote. Thanks, Michael.
Yeah. I found it quite interesting, saying, well, that's one facet of being pragmatic. Well, if we are living in a world of huge problems with very limited funding, so we always have to have a debate about the opportunity costs. You can spend €1 only once. So that's a reality we all have to face. But certainly to have a frame of reference, which is also not only guided by interests, but also by values. I mean, that applies to the EU, its member states, and German Development Corporation as well. I think that's unquestionable. Certainly, I mean, if we look at my time in Afghanistan, we had a lot of discussions about that, and also critical articles in the press. Who are these guys who you are working with? They are warlords. They have not the best or most shiny CVs in their pocket. So why are you working with them? Sometimes it's one facet of being pragmatic, that you don't have anybody else, so you rather try to be selective and find ways of working with these people. But that was not all. That never has been the only route of cooperation. We always followed a 330 degrees perspective, trying to find other partners for a cooperation, for our dialogue in the civil society community with other donors, in order to, in a way, if you allow that, limit the number of people that might have some questionable biographies. Well, I mean, that shows the complexity of the context. And maybe one, if you allow me, in the discussion earlier, there was the point of conditionality. Is there any friction with the neutrality of what our humanitarian colleagues are doing? My experience tells me that it's always good to look at these things from not only that we look into the mirror, but that we look at the perspective of the target group. And sometimes you come to the conclusion that for those people on the ground, they don't really care about all our debates about the mandate or where are the sources of money. What they are expecting is that if we tell them that we are ready to support, that we do that in a way that also is respectful. And this is a very important point, that includes their perspectives and the way they see their future, and that we undertake all efforts to incorporate their knowledge and their lessons learned. And in my experience, that's not only a precondition, but gives you the best prospects for long-term solutions if you incorporate local perspectives. And that's why, and this is my final word, that's why I very much appreciate the ongoing and increasing debate about the relevance of localization. That's maybe a fun point from my side.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. Surely a very important point we can agree on, all of us. Naming localization. This afternoon we will have a spotlight session, actually the concluding session of this conference on localization. And please stay tuned and join us for that one. Now we would like to bring in the audience and what we've heard from the chat. And that's done once again by my colleague Darina.
Hello, Ralph. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to feed in some questions from the chat. The chat has again been very lively. And I have at least 3 complexes of questions. So let me start with the first one. It is about politics and assistance. So Akram says that, well, in the beginning, you were talking about conflicts as being one of the root causes for humanitarian crisis and limited development. So related to this, Akram is asking, who is actually fueling this conflict? Is it not also those countries selling arms to conflict-affected areas? And is it not the same countries who also provide the humanitarian assistance? Should we not have a holistically reflected approach on those countries? And can we maybe shed some light on that? And secondly, Philip Frisch from MSF says, isn't it really naive to expect that there is no strings, political strings attached to the money that is given to humanitarian actors with a very clear political agenda? And with this regard, also, we would have many less Morias when Europe would stop pushing back vulnerable people to other places where they're coming from. So this is the first complex that I would like to give over to you, and I hope we have time to at least one more.
Let's make sure we can raise a couple of more questions from the floor. We started something like 5 minutes late, so we may overstretch a bit, if that's fine for our panel. Martin, if you don't mind to share the difficult question on coherence of policies in a way, as Akram highlighted it. Who's fueling these conflicts? I mean, you have a difficult task. You are in a new job for 2 months, I believe, on a cross-cutting issue like peace. At the same time, it will be very hard to achieve something on the peace front if there is no coherent policies. And there has been a lot of debate about arms sales regulation, about arms sales to Yemen, into these conflicts. And Michael, if you would like to comment also on the European level, because there has been also talk about not really following the guidelines and the regulations vis-à-vis these conflicts named in the latest policies on arms sales. So maybe with this, a quick feedback from Martin, followed by Michael, if you don't mind.
Well, I was hoping that you do not address me,
I guess,
with regard to answering this question, but certainly there's no way out, and I will do my level best. I mean, the world is very complex, and we should not shy away from the many realities that we are confronted with. What I should think, and I think I could really say, is that the rules and regulations that exist in the many countries that also with their economies are involved in that kind of business, if you allow me to be diplomatic here, they are different. So with regard to Germany, the rules and regulations that would allow arms producing companies to do so, to produce them and to export them, are I don't have any international comparison, but my feeling is that they are rather or very, very strict, and that doesn't mean that no products are being exported, but the rules and regulations are crafted and implemented in a way that strongly disallows the exporting of weapons into conflict-affected areas. At least that's, I mean, I'm from Development Cooperation Ministry, and that kind of question should go anywhere else, Ministry of Defense or Ministry of the Economy, but that's my opinion. That can certainly be criticized, but by international comparison, that's not very far away from the reality, I should think. Thanks.
Thanks, Martin. Of course, the key question is going to the other ministries, but at the same time, it's a question of coherence and the question of how far one can get with peace efforts in a certain framework. Michael, over to you. European arms sales policies, and maybe you might also comment quickly, if I take it correctly from MSF, maybe the best humanitarian policies linked to migration issues in Europe would be to have a more liberal migration policy. Is that a fair point?
Well, on the first question, I'm not the ultimate expert of the conflict in Mali, but if you look at who are the big players in humanitarian aid worldwide, it's the United States, it's the European Union, it's Germany and the UK. And if you look at the European member states, you have only 2 member states that have really significant humanitarian aid, that is Germany and Sweden. And then after that, you have Denmark, you have the Netherlands, and 2 or 3 others perhaps. Now, I don't believe that the arms export policy of any of these countries is the conflict or the source of conflict in Mali. And if you look at the deterioration of the situation in Burkina Faso over the past 2 years, which was dramatic, I also don't think that European arms export policies are the cause for that. What the cause of it is, for example, absence of governance, is bad governance, lack of social services, resources conflicts, and so forth. And when people kill each other, maybe Jabari can comment on that. In my experience, it is more with Kalashnikovs than with Heckler and Koch weapons in those conflicts. Now, that doesn't mean that the theory is wrong, so to say, but I would like to put it in a perspective. So I don't think that you can draw, let's say, an easy equation between arms sales here and humanitarian conflict there. There is, of course, a grain of truth in this, but I think the reality is usually much more complex. On the second question, now we are leaving humanitarian aid and development aid here and getting into migration policy. What I can tell you is that, of course, nobody here is happy with the state of play that we have in irregular migration. This is for that reason that a month ago, the European Commission proposed a new European migration policy. And I think it is indeed one of the big shames of European policy making that so far the 27 member states have not yet been able to agree on anything that could overhaul the existing problem. But what I also know is if we opened the European member states to migration of any sort, if we had what you call a liberal migration policy, we would not have a European Union any longer. The whole thing would explode, and I'm not sure we would have a more liberal and a more citizen-friendly and refugee-friendly order after that.
Thank you, Michael. Back to the arena. We have one quick final round, and then we need to conclude.
Perfect. Thank you for giving me the floor again. So I'd like to introduce two more general points and then a few questions for individual panelists. So the general points is first and foremost one post by a user called Relene, who wants to draw our attention to gender and protection mainstreaming in financing. This has been talked about for years now, but she doesn't see, that person doesn't see any concrete action in that sense. So can that issue be addressed in some way? And secondly, Cecilia Roussel made the important point that development actors are often missing in this discussion. So what can be done to also encourage development actors to engage in this and in this HDP Nexus discussion? And what can the organizations themselves do? Specifically addressing some of the panelists, Katrina Woyle wants to jump into the discussion on sharing lessons learned, and her question goes into the direction of Michael Köhler, and she's asking, can the EU share some insights and lessons learned so far? What is working and what needs to be improved on the side of the donor, but also on the side of the implementing partners? A question posed by Markus Geiser towards the donors again is related to taking the nexus into the multilateral sphere, like Martin Schultes just put it before. Would then burden sharing not also mean to engage not only with the UN, the World Bank, but also other donors and coordinate more closely with them also regarding concepts of stabilization and so on? He's mentioning the Asian Development Bank, for example. So maybe you can shed some light on that. And finally, I wanted to introduce a point that has been introduced by Anja Osterhaus and has been discussed already quite intensively in the chat. And she has raised the concern that she heard that humanitarian actors are being put in serious risk because they are accused to accept European funding in Mali. And with this regards, also, Mr. Köhler mentioned earlier in the discussion that funding is linked to development and not only the humanitarian agenda of the EU. So Anja is asking, should we also address this problem in Mali and elsewhere? Would this not be urgent, an urgent question to answer? So that's my very few last points, and thank you again for the chat. It's been very lively.
Thank you, Darina. Very few, 5 points, which is well beyond our time limit, I guess. So let me try to sum it up and maybe link it also to your final statements. But initially, I may give the floor to Cecilia, who has been addressed. Any views how it could materialize to better engage development actors? Martin made his points, so maybe Cecilia, any views on that one, and of course on any of the other points, if you are happy to comment.
Thank you. So I totally agree. We tend to preach to the converted, so we don't have always the right audience with us. The Grand Bargain was an opportunity to engage with the World Bank. We have used it. I have lost a bit of faith in the Grand Bargain in this long journey, but I still believe that we can continue to use that as a platform where we all sit together. In addition, are we willing to set up platforms where we have the opportunity to exchange between donors coming from development field and humanitarian field? I'm hesitant to create new structures and new platforms because I think we have way too many already. But I think this conversation must happen at country level, first and foremost, where the coherence and the coordination is needed. And it has to happen also at global level, but we can find avenues building on what already exists. Then I'd like to take 1 minute for a commercial, so I'll address the question on protection and gender, because we are about to release a research with the Global Protection Cluster on financing protection. And we will exactly look at where are the challenges, what are the trends, and what are the suggestions to put protection back at the center. The study will be released on the 30th of November, and I will share an invitation for the event.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Cecilia. Diawari, any comments on how to, as Oxfam is a dual mandate organization, and you have the development colleagues in-house, do you have any further views how we can bridge, especially from the humanitarian side to the development colleagues, let alone bring the peace experts in?
Thank you. I think there is a lot to learn out of it. For me, two takeaways: dual organization, and that is one of our ideal situation, and we have been advocating with donors, communities, to put in place a mechanism that gives certain level of flexibility while you are undergoing on the development work, and to move to the humanitarian when the situation arises. When you are in the humanitarian situation, how you could build a kind of stabilization, a kind of recovery to the longer term development. And this is a kind of a very pragmatic and operational way how we take it. And thanks to many of our donors during the COVID experience, many of them have agreed on giving that kind of flexibility so you can use the ongoing development funding to make the response. There was not any new stream of funding for the COVID, even it was asked, but this flexibility has happened, and it helped us also to build our capacity. Martin has mentioned the localization, and we have also built that. We work with local partners in terms of acceptances, and because they know better the condition, is not to transfer the risk, but it is how they can better respond to that. I have few specific asks from this conference. These are some of the recommendations coming from the Nexus position paper the NGOs Forum in Mali has sent. First of all, since these are the same community who are funding the humanitarian and the development work, why we cannot make a deliberate choice to make a separation between the military effort with the humanitarian? Why are we engaging military? Are we funding military from the specific military response, security response, to be engaged on the humanitarian response? This is the one thing that can be a concrete recommendation to make sure that the line is very clearly defined. And the second thing, how we could fund dedicated resources, conflict sensitivities, social cohesion, peace building, and Cecilia has mentioned also this protection that is coming as a kind of losing part when everyone recognizes the importance on the peace building. So, and just to Okay, probably I don't want to go further because I know you are limited on the time, but I think we have a lot to ask for this opportunity to make sure that humanitarian mandate is preserved from this. I'm not saying one is not important, but we need to make a deliberate.
Right.
When you see the volume of funding that is being earmarked to a country like Mali, I remember we have just concluded the Sahel conference last week. The pledge that has been made is quite encouraging. However, when you see the way the pledge has been made, it looks like, okay, we are reinforcing this nexus, but we need to work enough to make sure that the conditionality, and we need to deliberate, because of, we have almost said the humanitarian funding have been underfunding in Mali, 40% out of each of the requests. So how we make sure that this humanitarian funding is not including with the global pledge? So you say, oh, Mali has got this level, Sahel has got this level of funding. However, in reality, the specific amount that's going to the specific need at the vulnerable community is relatively weaker. And
Thank
smaller.
you. Thank you, dear Wari, and thanks for responding already to my final question in your conclusion of that one. I take it as your key ask for the World Humanitarian Summit next year, or for its 5th anniversary, which will be my concluding question to the other panelists. What would be your key ask, your key outcome you want to see 5 years after the World Humanitarian Summit? And we heard from dear Wari about flexible funding and about taking a very clear cut on division of labor between the military and the humanitarian world. Michael, if I can link that final question, there has been from the chat, what have been the lessons learned from the EU countries? Maybe you could name the key lesson learned from the EU pilot countries and your experience with the Triple Nexus so far as one of your key wish and key asks also for the anniversary of the World Humanitarian Summit next year. In like one sentence, what would be your key takeaway for that?
I think there are two key lessons concerning the Nexus and concerning the Grand Bargain. Concerning the Nexus, it's more about organizational readiness. At least on the donor side, we talk a lot about the Nexus. We have conceptualized it. We have some good pilot examples. But in reality, we are not ready for it. We are not ready because we have 2 or 3 different organizational cultures for humanitarian, for development, for peace. We have different communities. We don't talk to each other enough. We have different project cycles for different rules, different time frames, different notions of ownership and so forth, and that needs to be merged. On the Grand Bargain, I would be in favor of a reality test, and I'm very much with Cecilia. The Grand Bargain was great, but it was also naive. Now, 5 years on, we have tested in reality. And I think we have to be very honest now, 5 years on, and tell each other, the implementing side and the donor side, where we are disappointed. We're in the situation of a couple in its 7th year, when the romanticism is over. And if not, you don't start creating this couple again by being truthful, by being honest, by speaking about your disappointments with the other side, then you're going to head for divorce. But we're not yet there. I think we can still head for a happy marriage if we tell each other the truth. And if we then make an attempt, and I see some good examples in the COVID response, for example, if we then make an attempt that implementing partners satisfy the donors more, donors satisfy the implementing partners for, and altogether we do what the Avari recommended us, that is to see what is necessary on the ground and speak with the people who ultimately we are working for.
Thank you, Michael. Cecilia, Michael hopes for a happy marriage after all next year, but also a reality check, which can be very useful even in marriage. So what would your key wish for next year?
I'd be happy to continue that conversation because it's definitely what is needed for on the Grand Bargain, to have a frank and open debate and see what works and what not. My wish is to have concrete action and not debates around risk sharing. And that is, in one sentence, what will solve a lot of the pending points related to the Grand Bargain.
Thank you. That was in one phrase.
We don't have the time.
Thanks for being so much to the point. Martin, the final word is yours.
Well, that's a privilege. I had time to note down something, and I will read it for you. That's my takeaway and my wish on the way to the 5th anniversary. It's jointly take more HCP pilots up into the air, have them land safely with positive collective outcomes that serve as an encouragement to mainstream HDP.
Thank you, Martin. That has been phrased in a way that I have nothing to add, apart from a big thank you to all of you. Big thank you to Martin, to Michael, to Cecilia, to Diawari. This has been really lively, and we had nice controversies on the table. So many thanks. That was the idea, and many thanks for making it live up to at least our expectations. We take now a little break before we continue at noon with the next guests, and we will discuss then if we look at how the Triple Nexus is playing out in practice and all its limitations, if we look on the policy level how abstract it is still for many agencies, but at the same time there is a great push to look into Triple Nexus efforts and to make organizations engage. What does that mean, especially for multi-mandated organizations? How shall they deal with the Triple Nexus? On that one, we want to share with you an analysis model we have developed over the course of past months, looking into 3 different spheres of analysis and sharing 3 options for agencies with you. And to see if that might fly, if it's hands-on, we will discuss with 3 practitioners in less than 15 minutes. So stay tuned and see you soon. Thank you.
Welcome back to the online audience, and welcome to those joining us via YouTube, via Zoom, but also on Twitter. I would like to start this panel session on the Chavocado with a quote which was given during our research on the Triple Nexus in practice. So one of the stakeholders in an interview said, "The Triple Nexus will stay with us for years, whether we like it or not." So this really shows that there's really no way to not position in this debate, especially for organizations who claim to work on root causes of vulnerability and humanitarian needs. And to do so, I think, or we as a CHA are convinced that the internal discussions and internal changes of organizations are quite relevant to enable this Triple Nexus approach. To link it back to yesterday's discussion, for example, one of the speakers, Martina Zapf, said that that it's really important to look at the intra-organizational changes, or as Marc Dubois also put it in a spotlight session yesterday, we need to get our house in order before we point fingers. My name is Sonja Höfelmann. I work as a research associate with the Center for Humanitarian Action, and I'm very excited to chair this session now with my distinguished speakers, Dr. Oliver Müller from Caritas Germany, Susanne Leutlin from the German Welthungerhilfe, Markus Koth from Diakonie Katastrophenhilfe, as well as my two colleagues, Andrea Steinke and Ralf Südhoff from the CHA. We will proceed as follows in this panel. Ralf and Andrea will introduce some of the research findings from our project. Then we will hear reflections from multi-mandated organizations, how they approach the Triple Nexus. And finally, we will engage in a broader discussion, what are key challenges, but also opportunities for multi-mandated organizations. And we're also happy to include some of the questions that you as online audiences may pose in the chat. With that, I would like to introduce my colleagues who've been the brains behind the model, the so-called Chavocado model. Ralf Südhoff is a director with the Center for Humanitarian Action. Previously, he worked with the United Nations World Food Programme from 2006 to 2018. In his last assignment with WFP, he has been in charge of the regional office for the Syria crisis and holds an MA in International Studies. I would further like to introduce Dr. Andrea Steinke, who's a research fellow with the Center for Humanitarian Action. Prior to joining the CHA, she has done extensive research on humanitarian intervention, stabilization, and humanitarian identities. Given the limited analysis on the Triple Nexus in practice, and particular the peace element, CHA has developed a model how to analyze the potential for a Triple Nexus approach in various contexts. With that, I would like to hand over to my two colleagues with the question, what is behind this ominous Chavocado? With that, I would like to hand over to Dr. Andrea Steinke.
Thank you, Sonja. I'm horribly excited to finally lift the seal on our project and our model, the Chavocado. So I would like to say that a lot of what has been articulated during the past days is supported by and actually confirms what we've been researching in the past 12 months. So if we can get the PowerPoint up, is it up? Please. So I will just give a very brief tour because a lot of things have actually already been said. So what we have seen, or the reason why we did get engaged even more, was the certain confusion on what the peace term actually entails. So are we talking about positive conceptions of peace or negative peace, the absence of a violent conflict? Are we talking about certain measurements and activities that are just being relabeled as peace activities within the concept of the Triple Nexus? So are we basically relating to a more narrow or broader definition of peace? connected to a very crucial debate. So everyone we've been talking to during the past 12 months, but also today and yesterday, is in broad agreement on, okay, we have to tackle the root causes of conflict, and we actually have to talk about peace, and we have to get involved in a way, versus what has been mentioned as missing firewalls and red lines. We spoke about this just right now and in a donor policy panel, which especially as seen from the perspective of humanitarians is visible or is a viable threat for the humanitarian principles and the blurring of lines and mandates under stabilization, securitization, and peace nexus engagement. So especially multi-mandated organizations which are involved in humanitarian as well as development matters, are faced with a very highly complex, contested, and undefined triple nexus debate. There's no easy way out, as my dear colleague Sonja has just mentioned. We have to deal with it. We cannot hide under a stone and wait until this is over. So organizations do also have to address root causes of conflict. Next slide, please. So we have seen that there's a quite limited operational experience, but some organizations are leading the way in a pragmatic way, as we have heard, for example, yesterday. The IRC is piloting projects in Somalia and DRC. Plan International has a solid Nexus program, as well as Save the Children and a World Vision. At the same time, there is quite limited research and operational analysis available. We at the CHAR are on it, as so many other organizations are on it as well as too. So the whole debate and the discussion also on the research level is kind of gaining momentum at the moment, and I think we will see some more results in the next month. So as well as another contextual problem is that while there is a lot of talk, there's a very limited impact on the donor side so far. We have heard this yesterday, and today I think has also proven that. So the situation that multi-mandated organizations are faced with, that they can build on very limited experience within their organizations, as well as taking examples from others, and plus they have to position themselves in what, if we are honest, are very competitive environments. The next slide, please. We have identified relevant capacities for the triple nexus discussion. First of all, there is the link between relief, rehabilitation, and development, the so-called LLD approach, and the dual nexus approach that we have been talking about in a way. And here I would like to cite one of our distinguished guests from an event we hosted last year, Anaid Nahikian from the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, who said, why combining a faulty engine, a faulty wing, and a faulty propeller? The plane won't fly until the problems are addressed. So this kind of also relates to what has been mentioned yesterday as, okay, let's get our house in order first and then add a new perspective to this. Then we have something that has been discussed very intensely. I would say, I think it was a top comment of yesterday and today, which refers to risk and conflict analysis, and particularly relates to the plea of Vale Oshofi-san and the other panelists of the Triple Nexus in Practice panel on the primacy of context and the centrality of context analysis, and of which conflict analysis is, of course, a huge part. And developing that a bit further, I would like to draw on something that has been discussed at the Humanitarian Congress yesterday. Heba Ali of the New Humanitarian said, before you go on mission somewhere, be sure you understand the colonial history of that place. And I would like also to extend our notion and understanding of context analysis to be sure to understand your organization's role in that context in the present and also in the past. That means that you also have to be aware of the role of the forefathers of your organizations and the sector you're working in, actually. Then we have what we have identified as so-called peace-related programs. So programs contributing to a wider conception of peace, as well as, of course, something that is also very, very central to our discussion is the question of localization, of local ownership of the intervention, and also of local legitimacy and authority in a way. So what we have been hearing all over again was be sure you are guided by acting in the interest of affected populations. Be sure that you actually know what those interests are, and be sure to include them in all steps, maybe even up to the point of working yourselves out of the job. Last but not least, we have perception as a very important part as well. As we know, it is next to your own assessment of your work and how you think you're doing, there is this dynamic that also influences your work being perceived as something else than you think you are being perceived. So let's go to the next slide, please. And I will wrap up in about a minute to invite my colleague Ralf to the stage. So our research actually as well as our survey included that most organizations are kind of rather working around conflict than in conflict. And in most organizations, the conflict sensitivity part is not very explicit, and it's not the same as staff security, because those concepts kind of also get mixed up quite a bit in our view. And there's also, while there is a strong confirmation for peace engagement, there are many among our respondents who say, yes, we wish for our organization to be more involved in peace activities, yet the capacities inside the organizations didn't live up or don't live up to that wish yet. So you already see the so-called Chavocado model. Maybe we talk about this a little bit later, how this came into being. But basically, we have seen identified three spaces very crucial to the debate. There is the internal space of organizational issues, which actually relates to the point of getting your own house in order first. That means what about the dual nexus? That means what about all the conflict sensitivity, conflict analysis, risk analysis capacities that you would need anyhow. Then we have the civil space. This is the space where you partner with other NGOs, with local authorities, local governments, and a local private sector. This is kind of also something that came up during our discussions yesterday in the Triple Nexus on Practice panel, referring to, okay, this would be the triple nexus as at a community level. You don't always have to go up on the policy HQ level and talk about should you coordinate with or get involved with state armed actors, but take it down a notch and focus on the people that live on the same street with you. To then actually go to the broader space of the Chavocado, which are actually the national governments, the United Nations operations and missions, and the military arena, which is most certainly the most contested space. So it comes with most challenges and problems, I would say, that we have also already heard in the panel that just happened on donor policies. And here it is about coordination with state-led actors, with the multiplicity of armed actors, and also the multiplicity of interests, maybe sometimes also geopolitical interests involved. Yes, those are the three spaces, and now I would like to invite Ralf Südhoff to go a little bit deeper into the matter of those spaces and tell us more about the options that derive from that. Ralf.
Thank you, Andrea. When you can't be together as a team on a stage, it's COVID time, so we had to switch roles, and we'll keep switching to ensure we have the right distance. Building off what Andrea elaborated on, that we believe it makes a lot of sense to look into these 3 spheres to analyze. We'd like to show you really only in a nutshell what we built on that, on the 3 options we see for multi-mandated organizations and how that these might be integrated in a complexer framework. Bear with us that we really only touch on it because the key goal of this session is to discuss with our guests if they learn something out of it, if that makes sense, and how their practice is. So let me quickly look with you on the next slide, where we try to outline the 3 options we see for organizations depending on their strategies, on their profiles, on their capacities, on the potential way forward. What we would like to highlight is that we see there can be a minimal triple nexus engagement for an organization, while it won't go away. There can be a very proactive strategic engagement on an international, on a global level, as well as on the local level. Or you look for a local approach, which we would frame as a criteria-based one. And I will share with you in a minute why we would frame it like that. If you take a very quick look on the next slide and on the first proposal, if we take the minimal triple engagement, this is closely linked to the sphere Andrea has outlined, to the core of the avocado. We believe, and analysis has confirmed when we talk to INGOs, when we talk to other partners, that to get your house in order is something which seems to go without saying, but something really needed to look at, as many confirmed, and also our survey confirmed that many say, well, my own organization should tap into the triple nexus, but it's poorly prepared to do so. If that's true for some organizations, at least, we believe this core approach to look to the core and to take this minimal triple nexus engagement is probably the one step almost every organization, at least as long as the multi-mandated one, needs to take. What does it mean? It means in many ways, well, look at the baseline, look at the basic issues. Do you have a streamlined conflict sensitivity in place? Do you have the capacities or the partnerships to do so? How do you perceive and how do others perceive your dual nexus approach so far on linking relief and rehabilitation and development? And if you have this in order, including do no harm, which will tell most of you a lot what that means and how demanding that can be, then it might make sense to look into a minimal approach to engage in the peace arena on a very limited level in something which we would call a civil space. Maybe if you feel like you are ready to work in conflict in an appropriate way, you can take the next step to work on conflict with partners, with non-controversial partners, with community leaders, if you can frame them like that, if maybe even local enterprises, but to engage in a civil nexus on a low-key level, which might be less sensitive and less controversial as some other engagements, but of course also giving you pretty limited room and pretty limited scope to influence something and to have an impact on the triple nexus arena in a given setting. Different approach, and some INGOs in particular follow that one already, would be on the next slide if you go beyond the pro and contras. I only touched on, because we don't want to bother you too long here, on the proactive strategic engagement. The opposite of focusing on your key strengths and this maximum a civil space, if it's appropriate in a given setting, might be to have a proactive, very strategic engagement to say, we embrace the triple nexus. We really want to become a peace actors or really engage systematically with peace partners. In the triple nexus, we have a mandate and we want to become maybe either a triple nexus organization or we partner with others, so it is part of our key programs. That would mean that you engage in this international and the global arena, that you engage with donors, diverse and you accept donor funding for all kinds of Triple Nexus engagements, that you have a lot of leverage on the advocacy side, engaging in all the fora where the Triple Nexus is discussed, and you can be surely pretty influential on that front. Having said that, to quickly touch also on the cons of that approach, of course, it comes with all the sensitivities humanitarians especially raise about the Triple Nexus approach, the balance to have humanitarian action in a neutral, impartial way while it's highly integrated into peace or security efforts might get complicated. And if we look at some of the pilots and examples of INGOs already engaging in Triple Nexus projects, and you ask for a bit more details, very often you notice, well, there is a trade-off. There are risks coming with it, like, for example, working with a government only in a given country, and that one allowing you to engage in peace-related efforts in some government-controlled areas, but not really moving beyond. Might that impact your work, at least in the long run in the country? Might that impact your reputation even beyond the country as a neutral, impartial actor in other crises? Surely risks to further look at. As a third approach, we have identified, as mentioned on the next slide, the criteria-based localized approach. That sounds a bit cumbersome and complex. What do we mean by criteria-based localized approach? Of course, it would be the easiest solution to this whole debate to say, well, it depends. It depends on the context. If it makes sense, you have to analyze the context, and we all agree that that's true. At the same time, of course, there's also a risk to limit this debate and to limit the guidance also often requested from headquarters and corporately to say, well, we have to analyze the local context and then we take a one-on-one decision and move in this or either way, the other way. For one, we believe this is not a sufficient answer because there are risks coming with any decision taken in any given country all over the world for the very same organization operating maybe in another conflict where it might be perceived to have sided with a conflict party, with a Western power in one conflict and now is losing impartiality in another one to provide neutral, impartial action. And it might also come with organizational program-wise risks because leaving the decisions only to, for example, the local leadership of your INGO in a given country might risk that this decision is rather taken by personal backgrounds, by experiences, by comfort zones we all tend to stay in. So defining criteria why one should decide in a given context this or that way might make a lot of sense. And for this, to shed some light what we mean by that, we have elaborated a few points on that one on another slide, just to give you an idea what we think what will be crucial for organizations to look at. Again, it's 3 steps and linked to, if we can, yeah, exactly, that's the right slide. It's 3 steps and again linked to the avocado. If we look at the core, the first step is indeed to check out in a local context if it might make sense to engage beyond just making your homework. Of course, again, the first step is to make sure, do you have a decent LRD approach already up and running? Do you have local partnerships to engage in the peace arena and to expand your Nexus approach even? Do you have conflict analyzers already in place to make sure you know what you are doing in this conflict setting? If that's a given, it might make sense to look into the civil space and to ask, well, in this given local context, which will be very different due to analysis from Mali to Pakistan to South Sudan, do you have impartial partners in place you could work with? Do you have can you localize this effort because you have local partners, or you can develop partnerships with them to really engage in this arena in the civil nexus? So it might make a lot of sense to go down this line. And finally, to have if you want to look at an even broader approach in a local context, do you want to engage in Mali, for example, which we discussed pretty much over the course of the last 1.5 days? Do you want to engage in Mali in a triple nexus also on the international arena with UN actors, with a controversial UN mission, with controversial donors? Or do you limit yourself to the other spheres? While you might think, to give one more example, in South South Sudan. Do you want to engage in a full-fledged Triple Nexus? Because there the UN mission has a good reputation for being a protection force. The external interests of donors, for example, are very limited, and there it is rather the local ownership asking for a Triple Nexus. So it might make a lot of sense there to go down all the way and to have a full-fledged, pretty active Nexus approach in such a country. And these criteria are shared, if we can move to the next slide, in the way that we believe it could help for an organization which corporately is ready to look into this issue, to have a criteria-based approach depending on local contexts and engaging in local contexts by some corporate guidance which could be agreed on in a participatory process where there might be also some protest involved. To conclude, only showing you quickly a framework where we all put this into. This goes well beyond what we can discuss today, but the triple avocado in a way puts then on the left side what you can see is the Chavocado Andrea introduced for an organizational effort and the spheres to look into. Then you have the three approaches where the organizational change needed for most organizations will be pretty much going down the line, which is the arrow from the top left to the bottom right. The more you move from this core approach into a very proactive one, and the more you engage, and that's the right X, the more you engage on the core of peace work, the core meaning in the sense of reconciliation measures, of conflict mediation on the macro level, the more you want to engage on this whole full-fledged peace engagements and on the whole arena of peace in the Triple Nexus, the more organizational change will be needed. And of course, it's getting also more risky and more promising to influence issues. So I think I conclude with that. You give our audience the chance to discuss what we put on the table, but also, of course, to share your experience and your totally different views and concepts. Thank you, Sonja.
Thank you so much to my colleagues. This was quite a tour de force through our model. So indeed, if we let you as the online audience have some time to process this, and if you have indeed any questions coming up, please raise them through the chat, and I will ask my colleagues to remain here and answer any questions in the last third of the session. Luckily, our speakers, which are indeed braving today this stage to reflect on their own organization's approaches and also perhaps on the model, had the chance to look at it a bit earlier and process some of the complexities that the model proposes. So with that, I would like to turn to our three speakers and start with Dr. Oliver Müller, who's the International Director of Caritas Germany and has indeed overseen the international and humanitarian work of Caritas Germany since 2006. He has also a doctorate in theology and political science and has written about humanitarian action in several publications. Welcome to the panel, Dr. Müller, and thank you for joining us today. I would like to start with a question. Caritas Germany works in conflict settings which impact on sustainable programming, but also on development objective. How does Caritas Germany position in this debate? Can you share with us perhaps some internal reflections? Over to you, Dr. Müller.
Thank you very much. I think to understand our approach, it's important to know how Caritas Germany is working. So we are organization based on a very strong localization, which means we are cooperating all over the world in more than 80 countries, mostly with Caritas organizations, but also with other local NGOs. 90% of our budget is directly channeled to these organizations. And the typical characteristic of these organizations, especially of our Caritas partners, is that they are deeply rooted in their society. So at the beginning you said, or one of your colleagues said, there's still a certain confusion the term peace. And I think this is also a very relevant issue for talking about Triple Nexus in Caritas, because I think most of our Caritas partners would not consider themselves as a peace building organization. Maybe they would not even speak about peace. And this is very important for me, and I think also for our network, to define and to talk about what peace really means. As Caritas, we have as a multi-mandated organization, we have a very pragmatic approach. So I would say that most of our partners would speak more about social cohesion than about peace. But at the end, it's really peace building what they are doing. And we trying to include that into our programs. For this reason, I'm really grateful and I really appreciate this Chavocado matrix, which is a great reminder for NGOs to see in which way we are already able to include this Triple Nexus challenges into our daily work. As Caritas, I would position ourselves somewhere in the middle of your matrix. As I said, as a pragmatic organization, trying to have a high sensitivity for humanitarian issues and also for peace issues. The main thing for us is to get access to people who are in need of humanitarian assistance. And then as a multi-mandate organization, we are dealing with local partners who are, as I said, who are really rooted in their society and have a good understanding of peace issues. Let me take a concrete example, Colombia, for example, where Caritas Colombia, as part of the Colombian Catholic Church, has been providing assistance for the victims of the bloody conflict for decades. Yeah? And through this engagement, it was possible to strengthen the civil society and the rural communities at the same time. And they became a trustworthy actor in peace negotiations, because all parties, may on one hand the FARC rebels, but also the government side, recognized the impartiality and the neutrality of Caritas in this sense. And Caritas tried to include this peace building into the activities. Or let me take another example to make it more concrete what Triple Nexus could mean for a multi-mandated organization like Caritas. This is from the DRC, South region of South Kivu. I think most of you know about the massive violent conflicts there, which led to displacement of thousands of people. Our partner Caritas Uvira has been working for decades there, and we helped them, we supported them to bring humanitarian help to the people, to food, to bridge the gap to the first harvest for the newly displaced people, to give them new seeds, to give them agricultural items, but also to strengthen the self-organization of the community. And due to lots of different measures and the deep or the well-recognized position of Caritas, it was able, or we were able to avoid lootings, to avoid illegal taxation of the harvest by the militia, by the government, and also to convince 4,000 former displaced households to bring solidarity to 1,000 newly displaced households, to help them and to integrate them. And I think this is really a concrete prevention of conflict. I doubt if our local partners would speak about Triple Nexus, maybe not, but I think this is a good example how to include that into our daily work. Yeah, with these two concrete examples, I would stop now and go back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Müller, for these insights and also for the practical example. I think these really help understand the complexity of the debate. I would just have a quick follow-up to you. So if you indeed, as you just outlined, if your partners already do this while not using the jargon per se, but yeah, indeed work on social cohesion or other aspects that could be interpreted as peace, contributing to peace. Do you also see a risk to your more humanitarian mandate that Caritas Germany has? That's the one question. And the other, if you could also reflect if this poses new challenges also for desk officers working in Germany, that they need to diversify their profiles to be an effective counterpart to the local organizations. With that, I'd like to hand back to you.
Yeah, of course, we are highly dependent on our local partners in which way they include this peace aspect in programs. All in all, I don't see in our daily work real tensions with our humanitarian mandate, and this humanitarian mandate is dominating our work. I have clearly to state that. So this is the beginning of everything, and then the linking with development is quite important. And of course, yeah, according to the position of our partner organization, the peace building. We have, of course, also some partners in some countries which are quite weak in this sense, and they don't have the power, maybe not, nor the courage to become active. But this is a challenge, as you mentioned, also for us in Caritas Germany, and the desk officers we have, the colleagues we get, normally have a humanitarian knowledge and experience, yeah, strictly linked to organization of humanitarian help, and to include this peace building aspect is not always simple, and sometimes we have also to convince our partners to do that. And other places they are very strong in that. So it depends on the situation, and we trying to link our desk officers to each other to improve internal learning.
Thank you for those insights and the reflections, Dr. Müller. With that, I would like to hand over to the next speaker, Susanne Leutlin, who's also in a perfect position actually to think or judge about Triple Nexus, not only because she works as head of sector strategy, knowledge and learning at the dual mandated organization German Welthungerhilfe, but she has also led the Academy for Conflict Transformation at the Forum Civil Peace Services for 5 years prior to joining the Welthungerhilfe. She's also an experienced mediator and advisor for group processes, so has a deep understanding of those processes of inclusion and exclusion. Susanna, I would like to turn to you also with a similar question. For Welthungerhilfe, there's also this challenge of working in and on conflict. When working in conflict settings, the conflict is also naturally impacting on the sustainability of your programming, but also on your goal to fight root causes of hunger. How does Welthungerhilfe position in this debate? With that, I would like to hand over to you, Susanne.
Okay, thank you very much. And hello to everybody. Okay, now I think after having discussed these donor issues, the political sphere, now we are turning to what was mentioned a lot yesterday, the bringing your house in order. So I'm talking about that primarily. And I think Welthungerhilfe is working in more than 30 countries with country offices in most of them. And as you said, a double mandated organization with a lot of humanitarian work and development work. And I think what is interesting and what is challenging, and I come with an example, is that more than or roughly 10 years ago, Welthungerhilfe made a massive effort to streamline the do no harm framework and become conflict sensitive in all our work. And many workshops took place in many country offices to make people aware of it, familiar with it, so that from then on, this would be our standard. And we have come to realize in the last years, as this debate took momentum and became more and more apparent, that we are not really living up to the standards we've set ourselves, and that this training has not been sustainable for the organization. It might, hopefully, is useful and lives on in our work, but not with Welthungerhilfe, because many people have moved on. Everybody knows it, that people do not stay for 20 years most of the time. So they took the knowledge and they went with it. And so we had to discover that we had not succeeded in integrating conflict-sensitive work sustainably in our organization's work. So in the way we work, and that we cannot lose it when individuals leave. And I think this is for us an important learning and a challenge in when we're thinking of reinforcing and strengthening this conflict sensitivity aspect again. How do we do it in such a way that we don't lose it? I think one of the difficulties when looking at why is this difficult, and I believe it is not only difficult for Welthungerhilfe, I think it is also difficult because humanitarian work on one side and then peace work on the other side, and then maybe development work somewhere on a middle ground, they are very different in the way what matters. It's humanitarian work needs to be quick, hands-on, do things, implement, while peace work is.
What are some ways how humanitarian organizations can become a bit more peace responsive? Is that a model that Welthungerhilfe is planning to implement with regard to the Triple Nexus, or is that a concept that resonates within your organization?
I mean, it does clearly resonate a lot, and I think on the ground we are sometimes in a way better than maybe as an organization in terms of fully integrated processes, because people are experienced, people have sensitivities, people have a way of engaging constructively also with the conflict dimension of a place. And when we now started more this debate on the Triple Nexus in the organization, there was a huge response. Everybody feels the urgent need to become better at it. What I think is important, and maybe we'll come to this later, is that to me, this integrating do no harm, working conflict sensitively, for me is not exactly the, I know it is also perceived as part of the Triple Nexus debate, but it is not yet linking peace work with development or humanitarian work. I think this link, for something to link, it needs to be somehow different. While I believe that conflict-sensitive development work is development, good development work is conflict-sensitive. If we want to link it to peace work, I think we have to think of an element of work in which the conflict, the difficult relationships of communities, societies, and actors become the theme of the work, different from maybe water or nutrition or livelihoods. So this, I think it sometimes is not helpful to always put the working in conflict, which means working conflict sensitively, and the working on conflict in one.
Great, thank you so much. With this, I would like to turn to the last speaker of this round. Markus Koth is a Syria coordinator for Diakonie Katastrophenhilfe as well as for Bread for the World, Brot für die Welt. And he's basically a dual nexus person given his staff profile, because in his role, his particular focus is on the Triple Nexus and improving his organization's activities by linking in-house expertise on humanitarian action, development work, and civil conflict transformation. Markus has also worked for German and international NGOs in the humanitarian and development field for over 10 years, among them in duty stations like Haiti, the Philippines, and Lebanon. Welcome to the panel, Markus. Your two-hatted role must be quite challenging at times, I imagine. On the one hand, linking the two houses of the Protestant agency, but also firewalling, for example, humanitarian traditions, humanitarian principles of the Diakonie. Can you share a little bit about your internal discussions within your organization? With that, I'd like to hand over to you, Markus.
Sure, thank you. I have to start with an apology. So there's construction work going on in the apartment below us. Funnily, it's the apartment of my colleague from Bread for the World. So much about in-house coordination. So if you hear something hammering, please bear with me. We talk to them and hope it's not going to bother.
Sure.
And I would also like to briefly start explaining a little bit more about DKH, Diakonie Katastrophenhilfe, and Bread for the World. Two organizations that merged in 2012. One, DKH, being then the humanitarian arm, and Bread for the World, then focusing on development, human rights, and on peace work. And I'm kind of, the idea of me and my role is to be the living double nexus, like you said, and I'm hoping and aiming to get the triple nexus. And for us, we see the humanitarian principles as our guiding principles in the humanitarian work, of course, and we are very keen about following them, and they are guiding us because they are the reasons and the principles that giving us the access to the people in need, and of course the acceptance of the stakeholders. At the same time, that doesn't stop us from speaking out against violations of international humanitarian law. We very much focus on reminding conflict parties to accept the humanitarian law, and of course to do everything in their power to stop fighting and suffering of people and alleviate the populations from the suffering. And on the other side, we are an organization which is very much working with local partners, very much comparable to what Dr. Miller said, what Caritas does. So for decades, we have been following a local partner approach, meaning that we are not implementing ourselves, but we are implementing through a local partner organization. And that positions us very nicely, I feel, in this discussion, and gives a lot of opportunities as many church partners, we are a faith-based organization, many church partners we are working with have this acceptance in their societies and can take the role of brokers for peace. At the same time, of course, it's also can be a little tricky, as neutrality of partners can also be challenged here and there, especially in long conflicts which are already going on for many years. And that's what we are talking about when we are looking at the Triple Nexus, how we can work in these contexts, because there might be then bias and maybe even grew up in the conflict. So yesterday in your presentation, if I recall correctly, the average time the conflicts are currently running is 25 years. So we can imagine, what that makes with people growing up in these contexts. From this perspective, for us it is extremely important then also to work on capacity development of our local partners to make sure that they understand us, our background, our thinking, the humanitarian principles, but also to choose and pick the right partners, because then the right picking of the right partners, it's a lot of it bears a lot of importance for us and the outcome then at the end of the day of the work. At the same time, was mentioned before, selection of staff is something that also is key from my point of view, because you really need to have people on the ground working with the partners who understand the context, like Susanna was nicely saying, that speak the right language in the real sense of the word, but also understand the context, and that is another tricky thing. But I also believe, you know, for us as a humanitarian organization, the humanitarian principles are not so much at stake, because we have even, I'm talking about maybe 2 organizations, DKH and Bread for the World, but at the same time, we are not really 2 different organizations, but we see ourselves as like one organization. Maybe a little bit comparable to Germany, like talking about Westies and Ossis, but there might be differences, but still we are going in the same direction and we are trying to reach the same aim. It is important then that we speak the right language and partner organizations understand that, but it's also important then to think how we do things and not only what we do, and that also is part of what has been discussed yesterday. You know, the do no harm and make sure that this is mainstreamed in all organizations, and I think that's a little bit what's going on in the discussions, especially with regards to what you asked about the humanitarian principles.
Thanks so much, Marcus, for those insights. I also have a follow-up question for you. Is there a clear strategic decision within DKH, but also within Bread, how to engage with the Triple Nexus? And also you have quite, as I understand it, in-house capacities also on the knowledge of conflict transformation. So is that a way to ensure, for example, the missing diversity of staff? Because I mean, we all wish to hire these all omniscient people who have experience in every context, know every language, and are ideally trained within the development, humanitarian, and peace sector. But this is, of course, not a reality. Is this a way to sort of build that up within the in-house capacities?
Yeah, definitely. We see the Triple Nexus as a huge opportunity. One, because we believe, you know, it has a huge potential to improve the impact of our services and projects for the beneficiaries. I mean, and that's what we are all looking for, to help the people as good as we can. And the quality of services can increase through the Triple Nexus. And we don't luckily see it as a threat, because it's not going to be that DKH staff suddenly have to work on development and have to work on peacemaking. And on the other way around, it's not that suddenly Bread for the World colleagues have to work on humanitarian aid. Instead, you know, we have already the link between humanitarian and development, the double nexus, which is working quite well, maybe a little bit more anecdotal, and now we are really trying to systemize it and put a strong system in it, and trying to institutionalize it. It made its way into the new strategy of 2021 to 25, and yeah, so we hope that by this working together on it, including with the knowledge of our colleagues working on peace and conflict, we have our own definition of peace, for example, like a just peace, which you see as a process towards ending violence and increasing the access to rights, and that we can benefit from each other. That's one important thing, definitely, and that's hopefully how it's going to go. There are still some challenges, and for us, it's also important that we don't have this discussion only in our headquarters, but that we also bring it to the field, to the local partners, and see it also as a chance, the Triple Nexus discussion, to push forward also localization debate as well, because at the end of the day, it's the local partners who know best what's going on, what their problems are, and what possible solutions are, and it is our role then to support them in reaching their aims. I think that's our hopefully approach, what we're working on.
Thank you, Markus. This is actually a perfect bridge to what I was going to ask now. I would like to open the floor now to all panelists to contribute, and would also like to remind the online audience to use the chat. I have no overview if you do this already, but please do ask questions via the Zoom chat, but also via YouTube, wherever you're streaming in. We will address those in a minute. I think one of the internal organizations that we have had within CHA while we developed this model was, especially with the third approach, the bit of a bridge between having a flexible approach, so listening to what partner organizations say, who know the context, who know best if the engaging in a triple nexus is feasible, while overall having still a strategic positioning as an organization, for example, when it comes to funding. So do we apply for sort of controversial funding, such as the EU Trust Fund, which was highlighted this morning? So I think this there's quite a balance that needs to be held between having a very localized approach, which yet builds on overall decisions which sort of form a strategy in this regard. Perhaps with that, I would like to open to all panelists if they have any reflections on this from their experiences.
So maybe if I could, if you don't mind, just continue a little bit, because it's nicely linking to what I've been saying.
Sure.
It's really, I believe it's really very positive that we have it in our strategy, because that makes it a little bit more binding. And we also saw the questionnaire that you were showing yesterday or even today, saying, okay, the discussion is mainly going on still about the triple nexus within the humanitarian space and less in the development space and the peace sector. I believe in-house in our organizations, my organizations, it is a little bit the same. So there is a lot of work still to be done, so that people don't have any concerns, that everyone really understands what we're talking about. I mean, we are still meeting, and there's so many events trying to figure out and trying to make clear what the triple nexus really is. And to have it then in a huge organization of several hundred people, plus then the field offices, plus then the local partners, that's a huge effort. And if we have it linked already, or if we have it written down in a guideline and in a strategy, I think that's really already helping. And it's a good step into the right direction. And also repeating what has been said already several times, I believe it's bringing us a little bit closer to the point of having our house ready, as it was said now, and then we can do the next step, and then we can try and go for a pilot and see how it then works once we really try to implement it.
Thank you. Yeah, over to you, Susanne.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think I can also link to it easily, and Welthungerhilfe also has this aspect in the new strategy, which has, it seems, the same, will have the same lifespan. And we are planning to, well, look back at what we did before, but also putting together an internal sort of project to develop what we mean by it exactly and how to implement it. The localization is, of course, also an important element, and we are having with partners a project on localization, which is already ongoing. Again, I would like to come back to this differentiation I made earlier, and here maybe I sometimes maybe haven't understood the avocado already fully, but I don't see it reflected there yet, that the difference between working in conflict, and I think Welthungerhilfe cannot exclude any level, be it the meso, macro, or micro level, when it comes to working conflict sensitively, which can also mean speaking to a variety of actors. But what we think we won't do is engage in conflicts that are mainly rooted, or not maybe rooted, but happening on the macro level. We don't see ourselves as mediators on the Syria crisis or anything like that, but we do want to expand our scope of work from working in conflict to working on conflict. But here we think it makes most sense to do it where conflicts are closely related to the work we do. So resource conflicts could be such things, and where communities we are working with are engaged in conflict, herders, farmers, etc., these type of things, on a local level. This is something that we think we can be doing, and people are already doing it at some point, but not in a very guided way. So that this is the type of framework, or these are the initial aspects of such a framework, and we will elaborate it further, and we are in the process of setting up the process to do that. Yeah, so to that point.
Thank you. And Dr. Müller also has something to add. Over to you.
Yeah, I would like to reflect one question raised in the chat, and somebody's asking, how do you make sure that your partners, for example, churches, are not part of conflict or taking side in conflict? And I think this is a very important question, because as a faith-based organization, peace and reconciliation is part of our DNA, or must be part of our DNA. Of course, we have to see that not 100% of our faith-based partners really share our vision and our mission and the same understanding of peace building. So we have to check that very, very well, and we have to see whether we are really able to move forward. And these faith-based local organizations offer us excellent opportunities sometimes to get in contact with other partners. For example, I think the recent encyclica of Pope Francis, based on a dialogue with a Muslim leader, is really will be helpful for us to get in contact also with Muslim leaders in such countries, and to be recognized as a serious actor in peace building. On the other side, I see more need for acceptance for peace building measures from the side of our donors, private donors, who expect us mainly to do normal, in their understanding, normal concrete humanitarian help, but also from the government. I think more freedom, more non-earmarked means, financial means, would be most welcome.
Thank you. Perhaps we can linger on that aspect of the positioning of faith-based organizations for a while, because research in South Sudan, for example, showed that indeed faith-based organizations were much better positioned in this Triple Nexus debate, because they are quite well integrated into the fabric of the society, and to them the sort of division in the silos was artificial to begin with. And I think this was also something that was established during the peace panel yesterday, that the lower we get down to the communities, the more or the less this concept makes sense, while on the upper level, the traditional mandates, principles, norms, and so on are there for a good reason, to state that as well. And my question to you, with two faith-based organizations at the table here, how can we better, or you better, support your partners in that their conceptualizations of helping the communities indeed also trickles up, and perhaps also advocate to donors to ensure that flexibility that you can do so? Complex question, but perhaps there are some ideas how to better support the local partners. Susanne.
Yeah, I think this really comes very close to the question we discussed so far, the organizational capacity to, what do you see when you look at the situation? What do you hear when you listen to people? And I think once we have really learned to see and to hear the peace relevant aspects, then we will be able to also transfer it or show it to people, to other people, to maybe be inspired by it, because I don't think that we have the way of doing it and others do not. We should learn how to do it as best as we can from where we are. Maybe we will find that others are in some cases already doing it or have a different way of doing it. So I think this idea of we have something that now we have to bring to some other people who don't have it but should have it. This is, I think, a problematic picture of how this should happen. I think we need a bit more, and I think Marc Dubois said it yesterday, humility or maybe modesty, and also understand from how far we are coming. We are coming from a culture of fragmentation, of silos, of analyzing everything to the smallest of not living entity. This is not an approach that is enshrined in all the cultures of the world. So maybe we have to do this work on our side, and then we are also a better partner and see what we can do together. This may be sounding a little bit too principled or maybe abstract or not relevant, but I do feel it is very relevant in practice. Even if the changes are then not major, they can be significant.
Yeah, this links nicely back to a conversation that we had within the scope of another event where a person asked the question if indeed the communities prioritize peace over, for example, humanitarian needs. Does the principle of impartiality also mandates us to then deliver peace or contribute to peace? But just as a side note, I think Dr. Müller also wanted to add something, and Markus as well.
Yeah, you were mentioning the role of faith-based organizations, and my experience is that sometimes we have to be very patient with our faith-based partners. Those partners live before, during, and after the conflict in their society. So it's sometimes not easy for them to raise their voice and to do what we understand as peace building. And so my experience is that we have to be very careful to give them advice and to listen, but we should listen to their experience. We should accept their speed and to rely on their approach with regard to dialogue with other actors, other religions, and so on. And this leads to the fact that we need often much more time than expected to get results, but these results are maybe much more sustainable.
Thank you. Then I'd give the floor to Markus before we hear voices from the chat.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to limit the question only on faith-based actors, but to local organizations in general. And I think one point is that their definition of peace might be very different from our definition of peace, and it is very important to take these definitions into account, plus the solutions. And our role then could be also, to bring that forward to donors and bring that forward on a different level, to give them, to empower them also and give them the space to talk about their solutions and to talk about their ideas of peace. And from a personal experience when working in the field with local organizations, like as a consultant and supporting them, going to clusters was always an effort for them, and it was always difficult because often they just were too modest to talk. They were overwhelmed then by often Western, have been here, have been there, I know it all, people who were just then over the place and talking, while then the people who maybe had the solution were just sitting there and not brave enough or a little bit too modest to talk. And I think that's another role, like trying to support an advocacy and trying to support them and be there if they need us, and to speak out on their behalf as well.
Thank you. With that, I would like to ask my colleague Darina, who's been monitoring the chat for me, to come to the stage, and here she is. Darina, what's been going on in the chat?
Thank you, Sonja, and thank you for having the opportunity to have quite a couple of minutes to address the chat, because again, there has been some very interesting inputs. So I have 3 complexes. Let me start with the first one, which is directly follow-up questions on the Chavocado. So first of all, Salif Nimaga is asking, could you elaborate on the distinction between a proactive and a criteria-based approach to the Triple Nexus? Because this line seems to be blurry, and any proactive approach will also be based on criteria, isn't it? Secondly, Salif Nimaga is asking, how would you conceptualize and operationalize the Triple Nexus for multi-mandated UN agencies, as it is obvious that you had NGOs in your mind first and foremost here. And also following up on the Chavocado, Patrick Kamadi from Humidica is asking, he fully sees the need for this Chavocado model, but the Chavocado model also needs to consider the aspects of having and speaking the several languages of the different silos that the Triple Nexus is addressing. So this is more or less a comment that he is giving to you. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on that. And then we've been also talking about risk analysis. So would you like to, Mabara would like to know, to which extent risk analysis is integrated in your model, starting from internally understanding red lines, but also to define more proactively how to engage in the other spheres. And the last question concerning the Chavocado model is posed by Damian Vinco, sorry for the spelling mistake, who would like to know, with the Chavocado, we have a nice approach to implement a Triple Nexus. So the next step would be, for sure, also to measure if the Triple Nexus is effective and works well. So how would you measure the Triple Nexus, actually? So with that, I give the floor over to you and the panel.
Thank you so much, Darina. I would actually like to hand over to the colleagues who also presented. Perhaps, Ralf, you would like to elaborate the first 2 questions on the criteria-based versus proactive approach, as well as the operationalization for UN agencies. Over to you.
Thank you, and many thanks to the chat and the audience. Really very interesting, very good questions, I believe, in the chat and on the model, because you really touch on the issues we've discussed when developing it as well. To take it straight forward, on the 3 approaches, indeed, of course, there are gray areas in many ways, and many more ways, I would even say, than raised in the chat. If we take this example of the proactive versus a locally based approach, from our view, from our idea, the proactive strategic engagement would be one with a corporate decision to say, well, if we have a mandate to fight root causes of poverty, of hunger, of emergencies, and we have also to fight the root causes of conflict. Because if today 80% of humanitarian aid is provided in conflicts, if we work more and more in conflict settings, we also need to work on the conflicts. Like Welthungerhilfe is not only handing out food, but dealing with agriculture farmers to make small-scale farmers feed their families themselves, etc., etc. So if a root cause of poverty or hunger is not only drought these days, but also conflict, we need to become a player in the conflict scene, either by, and that could be a corporate strategic proactive decision to establish capacities in the capitals and the headquarter on peace, to have peace experts, and to have somebody who is dealing with it decentralized in a very systematic way. To make it pretty concrete, what the difference would be to a locally based approach, even if both of them, of course, would be based on criteria. The criteria to decide if you engage in a setting would be based on many more facets and criteria as we try to outline a bit in the beginning. For example, we did 3 country studies, and I think the best examples, most opposite ones, have been indeed Mali and South Sudan. If you take a proactive approach, a global strategic proactive approach, you most likely would probably engage in Mali in the triple nexus efforts. You would deal with the UN mission. You would try to engage in the way that your humanitarian action is linked in some ways to the security side, to the efforts to stabilize the country, etc., etc. The opposite approach, and if you work with a 3-step model on the criteria, if you should engage in Mali in this local context, would highlight rather, well, there are so many external issues involved. There are so limited local requests for engaging in a triple nexus because indeed many actors told us they feel dominated by external interest. They see this triple nexus as biased for rather external policy issues versus peace objectives in country. You would probably decide, no, that's not, even if we would be able to engage, it's not the right setting, while in South Sudan it makes lots of sense that we will engage and that we do deal with it as an organization. So I hope that these 2 examples makes it a bit clearer, but happy also to follow up in the chat. Very quickly on the second question, another, of course, gray area. What about UN organizations? Is this only about INGOs? Indeed, from my view, from our view, this is a gray area in various sense. We needed to distinguish, of course, these spheres, but not necessarily the actors are always one-to-one the same. If you take the civil actors as well, you have community leaders, which often makes a lot of sense, and it's very legitimate to work with them, to cooperate with them, versus maybe a state-led nexus with a government as conflict of party, etc. Of course, you will also have settings where this community leader is basically very much linked to the national level. So this is a gray area. But if you look into the civil space and you can identify really fairly independent civil actors, community leaders who are really rooted in the community, local enterprises who are independent and not run by some government affiliates, etc., you will have interesting civil actors to deal with. And the same is true for UN agencies. You have on the one hand UN missions, which are military actors, but from my view and coming from the UN World Food Programme, I think the issues and the challenges to deal with for WFP, for UNHCR, for humanitarian agencies in the UN world are pretty much the same as for big international NGOs. So I think this distinction is indeed important, a very good question on that one. And it's more about humanitarian actors, UN actors on the operational side versus military actors, UN missions and fora where the triple nexus is discussed. So I hope that makes it a bit clearer and would leave it with that.
Thank you so much, Ralf. For the other 2 aspects, and I asked my colleague Andrea to the stage to be rather short on these ones. There was a question on the languages of silos, how they are reflected in the matrix. There was also a question on risk analysis as well as measurement. Very comprehensive and complex issue. Despite that, please be brief.
I will do my best to try to be brief and concise at the same time. I would like to start actually with a question on risk analysis, and on this point I really want to make sure that this is something that belongs to the core of what we have designated as the avocado. This is something that is in the category of get your own house in order before doing anything else. And I believe it's Mena from RCF who has posted this question. In having in mind that, okay, if we decide to go to pursue a proactive approach, of course, risk analysis is is even more important for this specific aspect than everything else. So yes, this has to be in place, especially for those areas that Ralf has also mentioned at just before, when it comes to coordinating with contested military actors in regions like the Sahel and basically what we have been talking about yesterday on civil military coordination. The other question on measurements and local approaches, well, this is a very tough question, I would say, but I would like to keep it with Marta Tukahilva from yesterday, who said women have been brokering peace for forever, and I would like to add also faith-based actors have been doing so forever, so I would focus the attention on them and see how they are doing, and focus my attention on the most vulnerable and at the same time most exposed and active groups in those conflicts. And I believe that Patrick's question was rather a comment how to bridge the different languages of the silos. To this, I can actually say that we have encountered a lot of fear among the organizations to having to turn into Triple Nexus organizations. That means having to do all the work and understanding all the issues. But I would say that we need a minimal consensus of literacy about what the other sectors are working in. So it's not enough anymore, or it has never been enough for example, and humanitarian organizations to only focus on their core mandate, which is good, but you also have to know the turf, you have to know what you're dealing with, and this is even more demanding and crucial at the moment where we know that the conflict and violence is rising around the world, and we have to be literate with the other sectors, I would say.
Thank you so much. And I think I can also extend from the CHA team that whenever you have questions on the Chavocado, feel free to reach out to us. And I think the link to the publication has also been shared in the chat. Perhaps, Darina, would you like to come back to the stage and let us know if there were any questions also to the panelists?
Yes, thank you again. There has not been any questions directly posed to any of the panelists, so all of the questions were to the whole of the panel. With regards to direct questions regarding to the Chavocado, we are done now. I would then address more general questions. One has been already touched upon by my colleague Andrea. It's about in how far collaboration and cooperation is also important in an inter-organizational sense, in how far can organizations also collaborate and cooperate in order to implement the Triple Nexus. A critical perspective has been shared by Geoffrey Pinnock from MSF, who's already hearing some disturbing reports on the erosion of principled approaches, for example, in locations like Mali. And yet we don't know and we don't see any Nexus proponents seeking out and actively responding to those concerns which have been raised in context, for example, like in Mali, with regards to, for example, do no harm and the erosion of the humanitarian principles. So who can and how can we ensure that feedback, including negative feedback, with regards to the implementation of the Triple Nexus is being transparently recorded and the approach also adjusted accordingly? A similar question has also raised by Bernhard Hillenkamp, who has been asking, how do you make sure that partners are not only part of the conflict and don't take sides in the conflict? Markus Geisler has asked, would you consider becoming the Triple Nexus a continuous process? Or do you also see it more dynamic, as a more dynamic process where we can make 2 steps forward, but also 1 step back at a time, so with moments of success, but also with moments of failure, where we need to adapt the strategy. And finally, one question was posed regarding to cultural violence, because when we are talking about conflict sensitivity in the Triple Nexus, we seem to first and foremost have physical violence in our minds. However, the question posed to me was in the chat was, how do we also consider cultural violence appropriately? How do we work with very deeply rooted violence scenarios, like for example in Colombia and Palestine? So yeah, this is the final set of questions I would like to pose to you, given that we are already over time. Back to you, Sonja.
Thank you so much, Darina. And with that, I would like to directly ask those questions to the panel. Perhaps we'll start with the last one on the cultural violence. Susanne, given your background and experiences, would you like to take that question?
Thank you for this very easy question for a 1-minute response. Well, I think the question of cultural violence, it can be maybe borne in mind, it can be mildly addressed, but of course the limit to imposing something is also close. I think this is what these are the aspects of the positive peace term, the cultural and the structural violence. And I think the idea of conflict sensitivity is really to address these structural and cultural violence dimensions of the peace term. The negative peace, the absence of direct violence, that is often addressed in the peace work in a very narrow sense. But the other aspects, how to contribute to positive peace, relate to these two dimensions. And there may be an example why it is important to work conflict sensitively, because it helps reflect on mechanisms of exclusion. But it also, I think Marc Dubois pointed to it, we also have to think of ourselves being part of structures of cultural violence, and we need to reflect that too. So without somehow reflecting together and creating spaces in which maybe deep structures and also painful legacies that we carry can come to the fore, it will be difficult, I think.
Thanks so much. Perhaps, Dr. Miller, would you like to take the question on partners taking sides and how we can ensure to firewall principles here?
So I think that the first question to our partners and also to the Nexus should be, what is relevant to the people? And people's needs are diverse, are dynamic, and can be contrary to our own views. So I would say we cannot just say we build peace now. It's about seeking understanding on which we can build decisions at the end. So I really appreciate this matrix which shows us and confirms that the core approach should be ensured by all actors. This is not only nice to have, this is our homework, but then I think we have to include the people themselves and to continue in an ongoing dialogue. And maybe if we are able to realize that, this could be a great step towards a nexus.
Mm-hmm. Markus, would you like to take another question that was posed, for example, the one on from MSF on the principles or the continuous versus meandering process or progress on the Triple Nexus?
I'm not so sure if humanitarian principles necessarily have to be sacrificed. I mean, the peace is still not really, as far as I understand, defined, and we have to do it this way and there is no other way. For me, like peace, contribution to peace, everyone can do it, as Martina said yesterday as well. If we have like scarce resources and we do disaster risk management and help people take care of the scarce resources together, That for me is like conflict prevention. That is like helping people and making sure there is no conflict. Supporting people in land rights and making sure they're getting support in legal aid projects. You know, we are not sacrificing our principles, and I believe there is a lot of space for Triple Nexus without sacrificing the principles. For the meandering, I totally agree, and we see it also as a chance, because before we were doing, you know, like, okay, we may hand over our partner within our organization, local partner, and the project once humanitarian aid is over, and there comes development. And then the Triple Nexus, that is unrealistic. It doesn't make sense because there is no linear development from humanitarian aid to development to peace, but we have things overlapping. It's important to sequence it right so that there's no negative impact from development aid setting in too late, maybe. And then, of course, there might be a relapse. And what we then would ask for is a right to fail. And a right to fail, not failing on beneficiaries and doing harm then at the end of the day, but also a right to fail towards our donors and saying, look, it is not realistic to come up with a 4 year project, comprehensive Triple Nexus project, where we define activities, indicators at the beginning, and we manage it without changes. We need to have the right to fail, re-evaluate what we have been doing, and then we have to develop new approaches on the way, and thereby we can deal with the overlaps and the moving situation and the very fluid situations in conflict settings.
Thank you so much. I would refrain from having a last round final statements because I think we're over time already and we already cut the first break short, and I think our online audience is probably eager to get lunch, stretch their legs and take a walk outside. I think this has been a very interesting discussion. We touched upon different aspects of organizational learning, assessing experiences, and making obvious what we learned from the LRRD approach to make this a continuous experience to build on for Triple Nexus engagement. We have also revisited organizational learning, how to ensure in our environment of high staff overturn that we ensure that the organizational knowledge is not lost. We have also touched upon issues like diversifying staff profiles and making sure that inter-organizational linkages are there to ensure a knowledge flow. We have also talked about supporting partners in their pace, not imposing our ideas and concepts, and making sure that their contextual knowledge and their experiences lead the way and also lead the programs that they implement. We also have touched upon key challenges with regard to intra-organizational change, even for organizations who have two departments, development and also a humanitarian department, but also inter-organizational exchange. So, for example, in consortia or also supporting exchange on a country level. To me, I leave actually this session with quite a positive outlook, because I think if one of the outcomes of the Triple Nexus debate is to have a renewed focus on conflict sensitivity and ensure that our programs really do no harm, that they don't exacerbate conflicting tendencies, then I think to me this is already a success. With that, I would like to close this session. Thanks to our panelists. I hope you have a thunderous applause from those listening in from their computers. And we will now take a break and resume at, I think, 2 p.m. European time. With that, thank you and goodbye.
Hello and welcome back everyone to our final session of the day and of the whole conference. We apologize for the slight delay. 3 short comments, please, for the people in the chat. Please use it lively and vividly. Our team will monitor the chat. For the non-speaking audience, please mute your mic and your camera. And if there are any technical problems and challenges, please refer to the user chat technical support. In the next 1.5 hours, we will talk about the UN collective outcome process, integrated and state-led responses to Triple Nexus by the example of Pakistan, as well as local perspectives on the Triple Nexus by the example of Somalia. And without further ado, I hand over to our affiliate, Christian Huber, who will now moderate and facilitate the discussion on the UN collective outcome process. Welcome and enjoy.
Thank you. Yes, hello from myself as well. A warm welcome from me here to the spotlight session on collective outcomes. I have the pleasure this afternoon to discuss with Annika Sandlund from UNHCR, who is an expert on the matter and with whom I will discuss during the next maybe 15, 20 minutes or so, and then please bring on your questions so we can have a good discussion today. Now, myself, I'm the policy advisor for Diakonie Katastrophenhilfe, a German NGO, but I've worked in the field for approximately 10 years, and so I have bring a bit of experience, and I hope that this will maybe hopefully facilitate the discussion with Annika. Before now, I will introduce Annika. I just want to give a bit of an introduction in the topic as I see it. So the collective outcomes is at the heart of the UN's new way of working. It is actually something like a strategic and operational management approach based on the logic of the program cycle. So it's analysis, planning, programming, funding, implementation, and evaluation. But of course, following the Nexus logic, it's meant to integrate a large set of very diverse actors and stakeholders from this, what is called the Nexus Collective or HDP Collective. Now, when I look in my past and having had to deal with some of the humanitarian program cycle logic, I think, my God, this is is it another bureaucratic nightmare? Thinking about the discussions on the end of multilateralism and the incapacity of the international system to actually find collective common solutions to problems today. Is this really a good approach? And then listening to Mark, who yesterday said, well, we don't need another system. We actually just need to bring a bit more logic or a bit more sensitivity to Nexus within our organizations and have a bit more Nexus sensitivity, not just having a new process. And Fiona from ICRC, who said, well, actually collective outcomes for us, yes, I mean, we're looking as well at development and peace perspectives, but no, we don't want to be integrated in some form of collective outcomes process where we then at the end endanger the impartiality and the neutrality and the perception of the neutrality that we need so dearly to reach these people furthest behind in conflict settings. So just to sketch a bit some of the issues, but I would like to start really with Annika, who is the expert, and for her to give us a good introduction into the topic and the content, and then we discuss it further. So Annika is the head of the Partnership and Coordination Service at the UNHCR. She's got an extensive field experience in forced displacement settings, mainly in protection issues with INGOs, donors, and the UN she's working for now. She is so informed because she's actually one of the, may I say, pen holders of this light guidance that the results group 4 on humanitarian development collaboration has just published in May 2020. And so she is probably the best person to have now here on this panel, and I'm really happy to have her. Please, Annika, give us a little introduction into, in a nutshell, what is the collective outcomes process, what is behind it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I hope you can hear me. If for some reason you don't, just indicate that. And I wanted to start a little bit, just maybe do 3 points. One, a little bit on the background of the collective outcome guidance. One, very quickly saying what it's all about. And then thirdly, maybe look a little bit at the field experience on how it's being rolled out. So of course, as was already mentioned, the strive to sort of work across the pillars, humanitarian development and peace, is at all not new. It's something that not only the UN, but I think the whole sort of system, if you want to call it like that, has been struggling with for years, if not decades. And the impetus for us to work on guidance on collective outcomes really came from sort of the new way of working concept from the World Humanitarian Summit, from the recognition that although everybody was talking about collective outcomes, we didn't actually have an agreed definition to start with, was what that was. And that we needed to sort of sit down together and think a little bit about how we do this sort of practically. Important to note that when we were drafting this guidance, we didn't want a sort of a manual or a never-ending process. We just wanted to highlight sort of the key steps that any sort of group of people need to undertake to arrive at the collective outcomes. And when we were doing this under the Interagency Standing Committee and the Results Group 4, which is led by UNDP and by Oxfam, so both a UN agency and an NGO, we came from it from the point of view of WHO and UNHR, which is actually not the best coordinators in the world, but are agencies that come at this from a very sort of specific angle. I think we were successful in the sense that we did have the Peace Building Office, we did have the World Bank heavily engaged, we had the donors through the OECD DAC. So we had a quite varying, and we had of course a lot of NGOs that are part of the Interagency Standing Committee. So we had quite a varied set of actors. The guidance really only lists sort of 8 steps on how to get to collective outcomes. First, really identify the entry points. Where does it make sense? I think the guidance is clear in saying it doesn't make sense in all contexts. There are contexts where humanitarian principles have to override the desire to work together, simply to save lives and to arrive at protection outcomes. So identify the entry points and where or not the context is actually the right one. Convene the different stakeholders. Make sure you agree on the analyzing the problem. What is really the problem? What can we achieve together jointly, and where is it better for actors to go at it alone? Look at the financing issue, because we often dream big, but we don't really think about how it's going to be sustained and financed, and then program and implement, and then of course monitor and mainstream. So it's really quite a concrete sort of how to do guide. And in part, I think for me, it came, and I'm now moving over to the field examples. For me, it came very much out of my own experience in Uganda, where we many years ago had in the refugee camps sort of asked the refugees, well, what do you really want? What's the one thing that we could do for you that would change your lives? And interestingly, majority said livelihoods, which of course didn't fit with any clusters or any sectors, because there was no such thing as a livelihood cluster or livelihood sector. And there wasn't actually even the right actors maybe on the ground. But we were lucky in the sense that Uganda had a very good policy environment. So there was no bar on refugees being allowed to work. And a few actors, only a few, 3 actors, started to sort of untangle this and say, okay, if the goal is livelihood, if that's the collective outcome that we want to achieve, if we want to get here, how do we do that? And worked ourselves backwards from the desired goal that the set of beneficiaries had stated would be the most desired goal, and worked backwards. over the years, this approach grew, and there is now a whole sort of ReHope strategy in Uganda, which is led by the government and the RC, involves multiple agencies and actors, including international financial institutions and the Chamber of Commerce, and very diverse set of actors. And it then also grew to encompass other related areas such as education, skills training, etc., etc. So I think maybe the main thing that is different from this approach is trying to start with the goal. So don't start with where you are, start with where you want to go. And then I would say don't necessarily try to get everyone involved, because that might lead to a process that is more a process than an outcome. But really figure out, who is there, who can help shift the needle, who can contribute concretely to achieve that outcome. I have a few other examples, but I know we also don't have too much time. So Kristin, maybe I'll open up for questions, because I know you have a few questions, and I'm sure there's a few questions from the audience.
Thank you so much, Annika, for this little presentation on the collective outcomes approach. Now, let me ask the first question on the whole process that it came. Of course, it happened, as you mentioned, it happened in a whole environment of reform and change, or desired change in the humanitarian system, but as well, of course, in the whole UN architecture in terms of peace and the development. And so I was wondering, how mindful have you been in the development of this approach, of this tool, when you've been planning it? How mindful have you been at, for example, localization, participation, revolution, or the questions of course, less paper, more aid?
So you're right. We drafted it in a very changing policy environment, and I think it was just after the ground bargain, so localization was sort of high on the agenda. Still at that time, I think more focused on funding of first responders rather than where it's sort of moved to now, which is more in regards to ensuring they have influence and can participate in the coordination structures. There was also a strong pressure at that time, and I think the collective guidance may have suffered a little bit from that. There was a very strong emphasis on the UN development system reform and sort of moving under the empowered RC. And then, of course, the participatory revolution. But I would say the guidance, the way it's written, it's not prescriptive in sort of saying which partners should be at the table or how to do it. So I think it lends itself well to a changing context, and it really gives a lot of agency for the actors on the ground. And I think it's probably a challenge for all of us, not only in this context, but broader, to really ensure the localization agenda sort of achieves its objectives, and that you allow the local context to also sort of guide in whatever way it is possible, and ensure that you have local actors, but also local regional authorities in those discussions. So I think we were very conscious, but it was written more as a how can you achieve this guide than who should be around the table guide.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The second question is about a bit sort of what you've mentioned already, like sort of the entry points, like sort of what do you see as a conducive environment for this approach? What do you see as important aspects that need to be there, that it makes sense, so that you can really put it into practice? And that might be like within the RC's office, actually, because you mentioned, the United Nations system has a strong leadership role, at least as much as I understand the light guidance, but as well like sort of the external factors.
So we actually had a scheme, which I still think exists, but it's not in the package, of looking at when does this make sense you know, and who should lead it. And from the UN, I think it's quite clear that it's the RCO's office in many ways that is the one sort of entrusted on trying to ensure coherence from sort of the UN's point of view. And I think we try to be relatively clear in saying that collective outcomes do not make sense in every single situation. There are clear situations that do not lend themselves to collective outcomes. And of course, from the UN's point of view, this has a lot to do also with the way we're structured and the fact that something like the new United Nations Development Collaboration Framework is co-signed, of course, with the government. So in some cases that works well for collective outcomes and gives a great leadership role and agreement. And in other situations, especially if the government is sort of part of the problem or is not willing or able to really address the challenges, then that's sort of the wrong framework for a collective outcome. And then probably you shouldn't, you know, it might not even make sense to attempt it. So we thought with the changes in the external environment and with the fact that more and more displacement settings are protracted, the new threats that we see out there, such as climate change, leading, of course, to displacement, but also to many other actors, really also changes the way we have to sort of think about it. Because there's many situations that lend themselves to collective outcomes, which are different from the situations in which, you know, we have to react only from the humanitarian imperative. And just to take maybe the most recent example with COVID. So I was also in Ukraine, and the collective outcome that they agreed upon very smartly about 2 years ago, so long before COVID, was universal healthcare, which of course we now all realize the importance. But I can tell you 2 years ago when we tried to with WHO, try to motivate humanitarian actors working on the sort of on the line to think about healthcare, that really wasn't their first, universal healthcare really wasn't on top of the agenda. But in breaking it down, there was a realization that actually this allowed everyone had a role to play, from the protection actors and working out, you know, papers and documents for people to cross the line, to have access to pharmacies, etc., to development actors who had you know, an interest to sort of a much broader set of the community. So I mean, this predates COVID, so it's not the right COVID example, but I'm just trying to show the diversity of types of collective outcomes, but also highlighting the fact that, you know, not only are we in a reform process, all of us, there's also, the world is also changing around us, and there's new threats that are different from the ones we've, you know, lived with for many decades, and which means that in some cases, such as protracted displacement settings, we really need to get out of a humanitarian mindset and into something that provides a better life for the beneficiaries.
So we could probably discuss more about legitimacy and authority in this whole process, but I actually want to, because you already alluded to a few collective outcomes that have been formulated, and I just want to maybe make a link here and look at them in a bit more detail, or like just get maybe an overall perspective on them. When I read them out and I checked like sort of what have been the collective outcomes that have already been formulated, then I was wondering, like sort of a lot of them seem to be more sort of focused on needs and being reactive and sort of like, yeah, fulfilling sort of basic needs. But there was not so much about reaching or preventing conflict and crisis and reaching solutions. So why is that? Or like, could you talk a bit more about this so we can maybe as well here in this session, in discussion, bridge this gap again to peace, or bridge our discussion into this whole peace focus that the Nexus conference has. Thank you.
So I think it's correct to say that that much more could be done on integrating peace and peace actors in collective outcomes. I must say it's also not so simple, because we did try and look at this, and when you look at the missions, for example, from the UN, they all have quite different mandates, and some of them are more easy to integrate, and some of them are less so. I think from my own experience, I mean, there has been context, CAR and South Sudan come to mind, where certainly we could have done better in the protection of civilians, together with through sort of a stronger linkage with the peace actors. I think in the Eastern Horn of Africa, there are quite a few attempts, and I'm not saying they're all been successful, under IGAD, both with the sort of Nairobi Declaration, which was done in March 2017, which was looking at durable solutions for Somali refugees. And I think in the context of the two Sudans, there's also at least opportunities for, or hope for a durable solutions perspective to sort of take place. I think there has been this experiment with durable solutions working groups under the RC in different countries, where really the sort of collective outcome desired is to find durable solutions. But I don't think we've done really well on that. But I think certainly there's something that that should be more explored. And then I think the other part that's missing also, since I'm on the sort of missing side, if I think about the Nairobi Declaration for Somali refugees and the positive sides of that, is that it actually had a costed plan, a multi-year costed plan, and it had strong engagement from DevCo. And I think that's another thing, both the sort of peace aspect and the financing aspects are things I think we still collectively need to really work on, because they're crucial, but I don't think we've found sort of the magic formula on how to ensure that they're equal partners in this.
Thank you. And so before we start to open the floor for participation from people on the chat, I would like to talk about one more question on participation in this process. In fact, the CHA did a little survey before the conference, and 2/3 of all the respondents have been unhappy with the possibilities of the participation of the civil society in this approach of collective outcomes. So what would you respond, or what would be your reaction to this poll, and how could this be addressed?
Yeah, I think, I mean, frankly, the UN processes are not great when it comes to inclusion of civil society, and the way we talk and formulate ourselves is also, I must say, at times slightly off-putting, because it's just contains a lot of jargon, and it's not easy to necessarily penetrate. But again, in terms of how the guidance is structured, it really does try to emphasize the context specificity and trying to sort of bring in all the actors that want to be part of it, and recognizing that not everybody will always be able or willing or just have the time to engage in a process, especially not a process in which the UN takes part. And some of our donors are equally caught in sort of a quite process-heavy structures. But you know, I think it's we kind of miss the point when we miss the civil society actors. So I don't have the magic formula on how to ensure that they're included. And I think it's broader than civil society. It's also academia and others that have a lot of things to contribute. So I guess the one way to try and address it is really to sort of open it up through conferences like this, but also sort of locally at the local level, to make the links to civil society actors and to sort of actively try and bring them in with all their expertise and with the knowledge they have about the context. I don't really see another way, but it would be interesting also to hear from the civil society actors themselves, in what way would they want to be included, and how would that sort of, what would make the most sense from their point of view.
So clearly some more room to talk and discuss, and I'm happy to, well, let's open the floor to questions from the chat. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Christian and Annika as well for all the input. We have received a couple of questions in the chat. I would like to pose 3 I received, starting off with a comment, or rather an encouragement or reminder of Ole Hengelbrock, who stated that the most important duty of humanitarian action is ensuring access in order to provide for humanitarian assistance and maintaining human dignity. Now, if this is jeopardized by Nexus implications, it should be critically and contextually reconsidered. This includes red lines of which we should constantly remind ourselves. So that's maybe something to comment on later. The second question comes from Saliv Nimaga, I hope I pronounced the name right, who's from Interpeace, with a question on experience with collective outcomes in practice. Whether there are any examples, for example, from UNHCR, where agencies do things differently because of the collective outcome process, or whether it's mainly a different framing for reporting purposes in order to potentially obtain more coherence or coordination. And the last question stems from Sigrid Kühle. I hope I pronounced that right. There is a question on the double-hatedness of the UN due to channeling funding and coordination, and how to ensure whether there is no conflict of interest there. So maybe we could have some clarifications there.
Okay, so maybe just to start with the red lines. So I think I mentioned this a couple of times, but I don't think collective outcomes lends themselves to every single context, and they also don't lend themselves to every single partner. So I think it's important to sort of to really start with the situation analysis and see if it is sort of the right context and who can be involved. And of course, there are contexts clearly where the different actors, different pillars, the humanitarian pillar in particular, will have to go, so to say, quote unquote, go it alone to ensure humanitarian principles are respected. So clearly, I think there are red lines, but I don't think that the fact that there are red lines doesn't mean that we shouldn't try this out in places where we do have we see that we are stronger together, and where we can sort of move. On the question on whether this is sort of, do we actually do things differently, or are we just repackaging this for sort of donor consumption? So I can't speak, I think, for the whole community, but I can give a few examples from UNHCR where I do think we are trying to do things differently. And given that this is a conference in Berlin, although it's virtual, I also remember some of my German counterparts from the government sort of throwing up their hands in despair during this process and saying, but, you know, we want a nexus and not a mixus. You know, we don't want you all in the same, doing the same thing. We want to see, we want, the fact that we want clarity and want you to work together doesn't mean that we want you all to do the same thing. So I think actually that was a very, of course it was said half jokingly, but I think it's actually a very accurate remark, I think, and something that we need to think about. So if I'm looking at a concrete example from sort of my own work, is what we're trying to do with the World Bank in refugee contexts, where we both work according to our sort of own methodology and our own ways of working, but we try to agree on the collective outcome, if you want, and we try to get there. So through the World Bank's sort of loan program and now also grant program, The World Bank works through the government, like they've always done, through the Ministry of Planning, through the line ministries. Money flows through the government. But if we agree that in country X, we want to make sure that refugees have the right to work, for example, and they don't currently do that, and the World Bank comes in with 100 million, and livelihoods programs are set up by NGOs, by UN actors, and there's sort of a slight encouragement, quote, push is there from the World Bank to say, well, we have 100 million with which we can support the government to set up a regulatory framework allowing refugees to work, for example, and opening that up also for the host communities and looking at some fairly large infrastructure projects. That sort of achieves the objective, but it doesn't mean that UNHCR becomes a development agency or that the World Bank suddenly starts sort of, kind of going down a sort of humanitarian route or necessarily funding NGOs or others. They do it through the same methodology that they do from before. So that's also what I meant when I said sometimes it's good to actually start from the goal, the end goal, where do you want to go, and then see how actors can contribute to that. Sorry, and you have to remind me about the last question, because that was important, but now I've lost it. Sorry, can you remind me about the last one?
Yes, happily. The third question was about the double-hattedness of the UN due to channeling, funding, and coordination, and how to ensure whether there is no conflict of interest.
Yeah, so this question predates collective outcomes by a few decades. And I really don't have a great answer for that. I think there's all kinds of things has been tried in terms of splitting up sort of the UN to have some part looking only at the analysis, some part only at programming, and some part on implementation, or taking it away altogether from the UN and having the UN not act, for example, as a funder. And I don't think we found the magic formula. I think, in all fairness, I think governments are also double-hatting. Many NGOs are double-hatting vis-a-vis national, local responders. And I'm sure there must be better ways of doing that. But I don't think the collective outcomes can sort of solve that problem in any way. That's not sort of, it's not really the aim, and I think it's not, it doesn't lend itself well to sort of solve all the problems that we see in our sector.
Well, thank you very much, Annika, for this discussion. I think in the interest of time, we're about to close. Thank you very much of the audience for these questions. Thanks for your participation. And yes, let's continue the discussion on the collective outcomes. Until then, thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone. I'm just going to announce a very brief break of about 30 seconds to a minute. We will set everything up for the session to come, which will focus on the context of Pakistan and the division between the state-led and an integrated approach to the Triple Nexus. See you soon.
Thank you for those insights on the UN collective outcomes to our previous speakers. We will dive right into the next spotlight session where Pakistan will feature as a case study. And I think many of the aspects mentioned in the previous session are also relevant for this session. So indeed, these sessions are designed to shed a spotlight on some crucial or controversial aspect of the Triple Nexus, and in this case, we will look at Pakistan. My name is Sonja Höfelmann, and I work as a research fellow with the Center for Humanitarian Action. Within the scope of our research project, I traveled to Pakistan to conduct research and will discuss some of the findings with my dear colleague Jennifer Ankom Khan from Action Against Hunger. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you.
So some of the key findings from my research were indeed that discussions on the Triple Nexus in Pakistan are much less at the forefront if we compare it to, for example, contexts such as Mali or Somalia. And indeed, two aspects make it quite sensitive, a quite sensitive discussion. For one, Pakistan is under huge international pressure to comply with counterterrorism measures. And secondly, is involved in international as well as internal conflict. And these two aspects indeed lead to a domestic focus within Pakistan, rather on short-term stabilization strategies as opposed to more long-term peace outcomes. And I think this is really crucial to keep in mind when we look at the Pakistani context, which is indeed rather militarized and restrictive. And yet, at the same time, quite an interesting context to study a concern that is frequently mentioned by humanitarian actors: how do we maintain independence and impartiality if the state indeed becomes a central coordinating figure in this nexus approach, which may not, as it is the case in Pakistan, necessarily give all actors the space to adhere to their principles. So to discuss these and other issues, joining us from Islamabad is Jennifer Ankom Khan, who's the country director of Action Against Hunger Pakistan. She's in a perfect position to reflect on issues that are relevant in the Pakistani context. She has been working in Pakistan for almost or more than 12 years, both for local and international organizations. She is also very involved in policy discussions in Pakistan, being a member of the Pakistan Humanitarian Forum, which is an international INGO forum, but also is a member of the National Steering Committee of the START network. With that, I would like to pose my first question to you, Jennifer. Given your long-term experience in Pakistan, how relevant is an interlinked response or an interlinked approach in Pakistan, factoring in humanitarian development, but also conflict-related challenges? With that, over to you.
Sure. So maybe I'll start about each of these contexts in their own light. So if I talk about the climate and the natural disasters in Pakistan, Pakistan is the 5th most affected by climate change in the last 20 years globally, according to German Watch. And if we look this year alone, there's been floods, heat waves, locusts, heavy snowfall, earthquakes are quite frequent here. And the projections for the climate disasters in Pakistan is no brighter. You have heat bubbles predicted, you've got increased salinity and drought, and just generally unpredictable climatic conditions. In recent years, the frequency has visibly increased. And interestingly, unlike many countries in the world, there's not a single political party here which denies climate change is happening here. If we look at the conflict setting, Pakistan has been hosting Afghan refugees since the 1970s. You've got officially registered 1.7 million Afghan refugees, and almost the same estimated to be living here as undocumented Afghans. Since 2008, there has been internal conflict in Pakistan's tribal areas, which has resulted in several waves of displacement internally. And while the situation is now much more stable and most of these displaced persons have now returned, they continue to face challenges in their recovery, made worse by continued security concerns, leading to local curfews and impediments to their economic activity in their places of origin. In addition to that, as we will all see on the global news, there are notable issues along the line of control, which have, with Kashmir, which have increased in recent years. And there's more curfews, there's more forms of conflict in the border areas, and particularly in the Indian administered side of Kashmir. There's also internal insecurity in Balochistan, particularly. This is despite considerable improvement in the security context in general in the country, but the figures of Balochistan are vague, but there is visible migration from more insecure areas of Balochistan to those with better security, and also to Karachi, which is the largest city nearby. When we talk about development, Pakistan also has areas to improve. It's 152 out of 189 countries in the Humanitarian Development Index. And when you use the inequality lens, the HDI lens drops, the HDI score drops, sorry, and as it does when you factor in gender. In 2018, there was a national nutrition survey, something very close to the mandate of ACF. 63% are food insecure, 40% of children are stunted, wasting standards 18%, which is above the emergency threshold. So this just gives you one angle of development. Also just looking at out of school children, there's 22.8 million children estimated to be out of school, not attending school. And so what we see is that across a number of different contexts, that there are areas that need to be worked on. And now if we look at the cross-sectorality of these different areas, yes, in areas where there's lower education, there is more conflict. In areas with more climate change disasters, they also have lower socioeconomic indicators. But the analysis of what's causing each other and the interrelations between these factors are weak at the moment. For example, does drought and its impact on resources cause the internal conflict in Balochistan, or is it vice versa? This is still not really considered in this context. So in answer to your query, there remains issues on each pole of the Triple Nexus within Pakistan, and many issues that can be worked on. But right now, the relevance of each part of the Nexus independently is understood much better than the interrelation between the different poles of the Nexus.
Thanks so much for those insights. Indeed, it seems that there are quite a lot of interlinked challenges, especially if we look at, for example, the nutrition sector. And indeed, I think the UN thought so as well. At least they selected Pakistan as an official pilot country for the UN World Bank approach, which is rolled out in the tribal areas, former FATA areas, which have been merged with the KP province, so Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, where militancy has been very prevalent. Many civilians have been, as you just outlined, repeatedly displaced. Yet the pilot approach is quite contested. So, for example, Neil Bune, the former humanitarian coordinator, but also resident coordinator in Pakistan, is said to have been very hesitant to present Pakistan as a case study on the international center stage. And as I outlined also from the research finding in the beginning, these reasons really factor in that the Pakistani authorities, so the prevalence of counterterrorism measures, but also the very restricted environment, that Pakistani authorities are indeed keeping a very close eye on civil society actors and also on foreign actors. With that said, I think while the overall approach is a bit controversial, can you share some civil society perception on this overall approach? and perhaps also link it with how civil society, but also humanitarian actors navigate this very politically charged space.
Sure. I want to start by just stressing on, and I'm sure that a lot of the people here will know this, but Pakistan is a country with a very strong state. And therefore, the civil society is very much a contributor to, but not the owner of the space for development, humanitarian and peace in the country. Our role as civil society is very different to that which can emerge in other countries. And we have to be cognizant that we do not have the full command of the space, and therefore we have to comply with the regulations and the requirements of the government here. I think when we talk about the Triple Nexus pilot that you refer to, led by the UN and the World Bank, civil society has not been a very active player in this. This is a typical scenario for us in country. I think this is one of the concerns of us as civil society, that our largest recognition and our largest space exists within humanitarian action. As soon as we move beyond the humanitarian action space to discussing development issues, peace issues, our voice, our collective voice, and the voice of the communities that we represent is depleted. And there's many reasons for this. But if I were to even give you an example of the role of OCHA, when OCHA exists in coordinating emergencies, in most cases it enables the civil society to take part in the emergency context and the humanitarian discussions. However, there has been a downscaling of the role of OCHA and a phase out of clusters. It was a staggered phase out in different locations to become thematic working groups. And these have been led jointly by the government of Pakistan with the UN. And as soon as this comes on board, there are a few exceptions. There is one working group, the WASH working group, where it's actually also co-led by civil society. But those that don't have a co-leadership by civil society are, we as civil society find it much harder to engage in the discussions, even in the humanitarian sector. And when you talk about the development sector, that is even more pronounced. Or where we're involved, it's a very small number of civil society actors that are involved in the discussion. If we look at the double hatting, I know this was referred to in previous discussions as well, the double hatting of the humanitarian coordinator and resident coordinator, it's not a one size fits all. And sometimes having that double hatting has actually given us more chance to have a say in the development context. But at the same time, there has been some contexts, well, many, I would say, where because of the dual mandate, when we as civil society have raised concerns through the HCT or through our platforms on certain principles or actions going on at the time, the dual mandate has meant that the resident coordinators sometimes preference development over some of the difficult discussions that need to be had on humanitarian principles. And often it will be this reference to humanitarian imperative or the development agenda over the humanitarian principles, and this practical approach which has been adopted in many contexts. And it should be noted that these challenges are not universal, and the management and programs in areas which are non-conflict setting, the ability of us to inform those is much higher than in conflict settings, and the ability of us to operate is also much higher. For example, if we are to receive a no objection certificate, which is the formal approval we need to start working in our projects, it's very easy in a non-conflict setting, but in a conflict setting, it's very difficult for us. It can take months to negotiate. So in summary, I would say that civil society traditionally has a very strong voice in the humanitarian settings. Beyond that, it's not always, it depends on the organization, on the context. In the current pilot, I think because it is a pilot potentially, but also because it's in a very a very complex environment and a very sensitive environment, where there's recently been conflict, where there's still ongoing issues in the area, civil society has had a very limited role in that. And this is the risk of moving towards this triple nexus approach, is the fact that the role of civil society may be less rather than more.
Mm-hmm. Thanks so much, very interesting. Also within my research, a lot of the interviewees hinted that the one UN approach, which was also piloted in Pakistan, where basically the UN agencies were merged to have one leadership, one office, one budget, also impacts on, for example, the humanitarian branch, so being OCHA, to firewall humanitarian principles, and that this tendency is still impacting on the perception from on humanitarian actors still today. Before I give room to also questions that our online audience might have posed in the chat, I would like to linger a little bit on perhaps an outlook. So if indeed the UN pilot is a rather sensitive issue, or also perhaps there's still some learning to do it better perhaps in the future, if this seems a fitting approach for Pakistan. What options are there for civil societies to collaborate outside of this this framework? Because, as you stated in the beginning, the relevance for the triple nexus approach is indeed quite prevalent for the Pakistani context. Perhaps elaborate a bit on that.
Yeah, sure. I think I would also just start by maybe discussing something slightly different, which is that I think we need to reflect on the principled action debate beyond the boundaries of Pakistan. Mm-hmm. And we have to remember that the Pakistan state is not working independently. They are required to comply with counterterrorism legislation, FATF. There's a lot of pressure on the government to do this. And this has been directly quoted in the decisions they've made on our registration documents. So it's not a pure decision by the government of Pakistan to restrict NGOs. And I think that this is an interesting debate that can take place beyond just the context of Pakistan. And I think we're actually at a point where we maybe in country and globally, we need to reflect on the humanitarian principles and the abilities of countries and civil society to implement these. Given some of the demands of donors, of international legislation, it's becoming increasingly questionable how possible this is. Irrespective of whether we adopt the dual or the triple nexus, even within humanitarian action alone, it's not so straightforward. I think the other thing that I would say that in countries like Pakistan, the context is huge. We have 4 large provinces with populations which can range up to 30 million in each province, the size of countries, with their own independent governments and with their own independent issues in many cases. And I think it's not a one size fits all. It's not that the triple nexus can't be done. It's in which context can the triple nexus be done? In which context does this whole debate or the difficulties with implementing the triple nexus and its implication on independence and the sanctity in some ways of the humanitarian principles, in some contexts, this isn't possible. If we look at it for our programs, for example, for nutrition, it's quite easy to navigate the dual nexus. Particularly for us in Sindh, which is a non-conflict setting, we can work on the emergency responses needed. We can work on the development issues, the underlying causes of nutrition. So we've managed to do it through one lens in one area. However, I believe an en bloc move to a triple nexus across the country, and even I can understand the concerns of the previous resident coordinator of the triple nexus being in that particular context, because it is a highly sensitive context. And maybe what needs to happen is that we should look at the less sensitive ones first and move towards a pilot in those areas. I think that, for example, you'd actually mentioned to me previously, could we adopt a slightly more conflict-sensitive approach in some of our other programs? So, for example, you're doing a shelter project in a diverse community, which is a very common thing, for example, in Sindh, as I was mentioning. You have many different ethnic groups, religious groups. If you don't select those beneficiaries properly, what will be the implication on the peace in that community in the longer term? So there are ways to start thinking about the approach and to start piloting the approach. And I think by piloting it in these less sensitive locations, we can also work with the government to produce an approach that they want. Because as I said at the beginning, this is a country with a strong state. We will not see humanitarian action happening without the government of Pakistan. And we will not see any of the poles of the nexus effectively being implemented with a sustainable approach without the government of Pakistan.
Mm-hmm. Thanks so much for these reflections. Perhaps I'll turn to my colleague Charlotte, who's been monitoring the chat for me. How lively was the chat? Can you share some questions with us?
Yes, happily, Sonja. And thank you also, Jennifer, for your input. So far from the chat, we've had one question stemming from Themriz Khan. I hope I said that correctly. So the question is as follows. What is your impression on the civil-military relations in Pakistan in humanitarian and development activities? Do you feel that they are more responsive to the larger UN system and less to the Pakistani local NGOs, or vice versa? I think that the chat would like some input on that. Thank you.
Sure. I think, I mean, this is again a good example of where the Pakistan state is very active, and we can't view interventions without viewing what the role of the government will be and where we can support the government in their action. For example, the military is nearly always the first responder for every disaster in country. And this has happened for many, many years, and it will continue to happen. So it's about working together with them beyond the humanitarian setting. When we talk about the development setting, I think that there's less of an active role of the military in the development setting. So there's less discussions of civil military. And again, if we look at humanitarian action, it does depend on the context. So where you have a conflict peace setting, it's obviously a much more active civil military relations in those kind of settings than in others. Do I feel they're more responsive to the larger UN system and less to Pakistani NGOs? I think when we look at the military, it's a huge institution. And the main way in which we communicate with the military is through the HCT when it comes to the humanitarian settings. And therefore, they're responsive to the humanitarian coordinator. So whether you call that the UN system or not, they don't have time to sit down with each and every NGO and discuss. Yes, when it comes to certain areas in the country, actually the coordination mechanism is managed by the military. So this has been the case in the TDP response, as it's called, temporarily dislocated people. Some of the last wave of displaced communities from the ex-FATA, this whole response was coordinated by the military. So and in those cases, they were getting very involved, even with the small NGOs, on where you were working, what kind of activities you were doing. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. I understand we have one more question, and we pose that to you, and perhaps this also gives you the opportunity to reflect on any final words or statement that you would like to make, Jennifer.
Yes, thank you. I think this question actually ties in quite nicely with what you were just saying. So the question is, in this strong and deep state context we were discussing, what is the future of protection-focused organizations, both local and international?
I think I'm not a protection specialist, so I don't want to comment on their behalf too much. I think it depends on what element of protection we're looking at. I think that some elements of protection are easier to discuss than others in country. I know that there is much more discussion on child rights, for example, at the moment. in country. There's very high profile cases of where there have been abuses of rights of women, of children, and this is irrespective of the civil society involvement. This is the general response by the government, is the response by the general population in country and the media. So in some of the contexts, there is an ability of the protection actors to work more actively than in the past. I think it really depends on what we're discussing in terms of protection, like I said. But if we are talking in terms of the peace access of the Triple Nexus, I think it's actually also that this is not being discussed. The analysis to be able to inform a response it's not mature enough at this point. So yes, in the context of ex-fata, there have been these discussions, but they were not that inclusive. And when we look at the protection issues in other locations, the discussion, like I said, is still quite immature. And as a result, I think there is an area for discussion. I think that the government should be part of that discussion. And I hope that in the coming months, we'll see more of this.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. Would you like to have a final statement, or are you good with the last question?
Sure. I would just wrap up by saying, as I said, I think it's not a one-size-fits-all in all parts of Pakistan. And I think that, yes, it is a sensitive topic when we just immediately assume the access parts and the access implications of a triple nexus. But there are also a lot of opportunities. And I think if it's explained properly and we do a trust building exercise with the government, it is possible to move beyond where we are at the moment, which is quite separate actors working in each of the poles of the nexus. And I think that this is something that particularly the current humanitarian resident coordinator, he is starting to initiate this discussion. And I do hope that we will see some movement coming, particularly in, as I said, maybe starting in the less sensitive areas in the country.
Thanks so much, Jennifer, for braving this discussion, given the sensitivities around it. To wrap up, Annika said in the previous session that collective outcomes do not make sense in every context. And I think we heard a little bit that the politicization of the nexus is indeed quite huge in the Pakistani context in those tribal areas. So it might cause more misunderstandings, more constraints for principled actors. While indeed there may be more potential in other provinces where issues are a bit less complex, a bit less sensitive. Jennifer also hinted that there's enough homework to do with regard to the dual nexus. So one possibility that there is room for action integrating crisis modifiers in the development schemes, for example, in multi-sectoral schemes, but also that the issue of protection, specifically also child protection, that there's still room to improve also with regard to trust building with the government to ensure a better interlinked approach. With this, we will end the spotlight session. Thanks so much to Jennifer, but also to the audience for those questions. Again, we will take 30-second, 1-minute break, and then the next spotlight session on a localized approach featuring the case study of Somalia will play. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to this last and final session that is titled How Localized is the Triple Nexus? And my name is Darina Pelowska. I'm a research fellow at the Center for Humanitarian Action. And today I'm joined by Chad Anderson, who is the head of child poverty reduction for Save the Children in Somalia. And with him, I'm going to shed some light on the Somalia context. In his role, Chad guides the strategic direction of the poverty reduction portfolio of Save the Children in Somalia, which includes projects on food security, livelihoods, social protection, and youth skills development. But today, he's not going to share his technical expertise, but more his interesting experiences on the potentials, but also the challenges on interlinking the very dedicated localization approach of Save the Children in the Triple Nexus programming of Somalia. So welcome, Chad. I'm very happy that we have you here today.
Hi, Davina. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Davina, for that very pleasant intro. Excellent. So I know there's quite a lot to discuss on this topic, so perhaps I won't delay before diving in. I would like to dive in just on 3 areas. One, let me briefly explain how working on the Nexus is not possible without engaging local partners, in our opinion. 2, why it is so important that that engaging local partners contributes to peace through state building specifically. And then 3, really briefly, on how nationalization of our own organization can also contribute to localization. So let me just dive right in on the first point. So in our view, working on the Nexus would not be possible without engaging local partners. I think we can take cash programming as a good example of this. Right now in Somalia, cash is really the bread and butter of our humanitarian response and that of many organizations working in Somalia. But it won't be, and it shouldn't be forever, not for always, not for long. For now, it does remain essential. There are no government systems in place to respond to cyclical climate shocks that the population faces in Somalia. But we need to really make sure that we use our humanitarian responses as an entry point to be able to support the government and also civil society to respond to the needs of citizens better. So that's why Save the Children now is already channeling about 15% of our funds that we receive through local partnerships. That's 10% below the grand bargain request of 25%, but it's a step in the right direction. And that allows us to really engage local authorities and also local government, local civil society and also local government, I should say, in designing ways to relook at humanitarian cash through really looking at social protection and building shock responsive social protection systems. So I think it's really important to highlight also that BMZ has made some really strategic investments in this area on behalf of the German government, which have put us in a position to really provide capacity strengthening on social protection directly to government officials, to lay that framework to eventually replace cash programming, humanitarian cash programming to some extent, step by step, as I said. We've also been able to provide the government with the tools that they need to get started on building longer term assistance. And thirdly, on that area, we've been able to provide support on drafting Somalia's first national social protection policy, which has now been complemented by an implementation framework. So this is really laying the foundational building blocks for what should hopefully in the future replace cyclical humanitarian response. On the next point, I'll just be a bit more brief. And this is where peace enters the equation. When we operate in fragile contexts like Somalia, it's important that every step is calculated. We do everything we can to ensure our humanitarian interventions contribute to building the social contract. That's the relationship between the citizen and the state. And that's what's lacking in Somalia right now. And that's why we're in a situation where we have peace is a very important part of our work. It's important that we do not take any steps to erode that social contract. This means that we, in our programs, we do not set up any parallel structures when responding to basic needs. That's why we support government-owned health clinics and schools, and we also build the capacity of relevant government authorities to provide these basic services directly to their citizens and use their systems, their structures, while helping to build them at the same time. I already touched a bit on the social protection side, but that's essentially why we're also working at that same level. There's no government system to use now for cash, but hopefully in the future we'll have one. And we're taking the steps that we can, at least, to move in that direction. So I think it's really important to me to just emphasize that health, education, and social protection, they really form the foundation of the social contract, of that relationship between me and my government and Somalis and their government. And so it's really important that we do what we can to make sure that we do not erode it, but we contribute to it, even through humanitarian aid. And so on the third point, it's important that, of course, we walk our talk. So, and we practice localization within our own team. So while I'm a Canadian, I'm talking with you today, this is more by chance and according to availability, unfortunately, rather than capacity. My capacity to talk on this is certainly much less than many of my colleagues. I'm really pleased to be able to share that an overwhelming majority of our team in Somalia is Somali. Our country director is Somali. Most of our senior management team is Somali. My team of senior technical specialists are all Somali. The team has been completely nationalized as of September. In fact, more than 95% of our 550 staff, quite a big team, across Somalia are Somali. So I'm one of a few, which is a good thing, obviously. So this is something that we're proud of. It means we have our ear to the ground. It means most of us have grown up in the context we're working in. We can understand the more than 70 districts that we work in very well. It helps us to plan and respond better and build relationships that also allow us to be agile when we need to be. So perhaps this is an example of localization that is showing us that even in contexts like Somalia, you know, something that's maybe a bit controversial, but humanitarians like myself who move around the world, and like perhaps many of us on this call, you know, if we're doing if we're walking the talk, will we become redundant? And I suppose that's my question to wrap up with, is in a way, working to make ourselves redundant, purposely working to make ourselves redundant, a key marker of success for organizations like us who are committed to the Nexus. So I'll throw it back at you, Darina, on that note.
Have already been very important points that you raised, and I would just jump into one point that you raised in the beginning of your input, where you highlighted how you're working together with the government and how you strive your projects to be governmentally led and owned, also in order to foster and to support this social contract, like you explained. So working with and through the government is of course not always easy, because they might have their own interests which might not always correspond with the humanitarian imperative, the SDGs, or even public needs at all. So hence, a locally owned and governmentally led approach also comes with increased risks with regards to accountability towards local populations, but also accountability towards donors and transparency. While at the same time, donors and the international community is also becoming increasingly risk-averse. At least that's what I hear from the ground. So may I ask you, in your daily work, how do you deal with that dilemma of increased risks through a localized approach, and at the same time, donors and the international community becoming more and more risk-averse?
Thank you, Darina. That's a really great question. I think certainly there's a point behind this. I think there's a lot of experience behind what you're saying. The context throughout the continent is very diverse. I know that colleagues working in other countries in the region face the issues that you were just discussing. They're perhaps also a bit further along in the Nexus than we are in Somalia with a relatively new government. But I know that I'm not going to call out any specific country, but I know that there's countries that have it's been quite difficult, a difficult process. One place where we're very lucky in Somalia is that we are in the early steps. We are able to work with a new government that has been, at least from my interactions with the government, they've really been keen to learn, to grow, and to do so really to be able, with the end goal of providing basic services to their citizens, to Somalis. And many of the government representatives have also returned. They're returnees from all over the world, Somalis who've moved to Europe, to Canada, to the US and other countries, and they're coming back with the intention to really serve the country. And so far, the process has been, and the experience has been very, very uplifting. I do understand that that's a relatively bright context. It's not that bright everywhere. And so like you're saying, and I'll just reiterate, we have IHL, we have IHRL, we have humanitarian legal frameworks that call on us to respond. We have a duty to respond where governments, where politics might get in the way, where populations are left behind, and often those are the most vulnerable populations. So in specific geographical areas of a country or a specific ethnic group, or as such, I mean, a vulnerable group, if they are left behind by the government, in which, a top-down approach has severely failed, we have the humanitarian obligation to go in and serve and reach that community. And I think even where it's not even that severe, where there's not a situation where a population is being neglected purposely, as we move forward in Somalia, systems are just being built. There will always be situations, not always, but there will be situations as we move forward where we have to fill the gap of a specific, a gap in the healthcare system, a gap in the social protection system, or a gap in the education system. So indeed, it is our duty to continue to fill those gaps. It's our duty to work on these contexts as closely as possible, continue to gather intelligence and information to be able to foresee any grave human rights abuses or neglect before it happens as well. I think that's also a key part of our duty, to be able to plug in where we need to plug in as urgently as possible.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to hear that you have such good experiences, and I'm crossing fingers that this is going to continue like that. Let me jump on another point that you just raised, namely your great success in what you call nationalization of your staff. My sincere congratulations to your success like that. 95% of your colleagues are from Somalia. It's great, and it's a big success. And I know that many other organizations are also striving to achieve the same goal. So I wonder if you could share some of your experiences and give us a little hint on your secret to this success.
That's really kind of you to say. I have to pass the message of congratulations on to my colleagues who have been the ones laying the foundation blocks for nationalization for many, many years. The senior management team has been focusing on this as a top priority. But I can tell you that there's a lot of planning behind it. We purposely do succession planning, where anyone in the extended senior management team or in technical specialist positions, for example, we are planning who will take those roles next, and they should be from within the country team, where the capacity exists. And we find that it usually does. So for example, the succession planning that I had within my team resulted in full nationalization in September. And each member of my team who I've hired since I have joined has all been national. And so we get people Somalis going from program manager level into technical specialist positions, going from beyond that into more senior level management positions. But it's done specifically with a plan for that to happen. It doesn't happen by coincidence. Unfortunately, I just don't think those things happen by coincidence. But with succession planning and an investment in training and annual capacity building plans and learning plans and the rest of it that goes into it, we've been able to achieve, I think, something that makes our country office a really great place to work for Somalis. And I know that it's quite popular in Somalia as an employer because of that as well. It's known beyond our walls, if you will, definitely.
Thank you, Chad. It's very enlightening. However, it's not one of your 95% Somali colleagues joining us today, but it's you who's clearly a foreigner to the Somali context, talking to me about localization. So I wonder if it is really just availability issues, or is there more behind that? What can be the reason why you were asked by your colleagues to join me today? Or to put it differently, what can we as northern NGOs, northern think tanks do to encourage our Somali colleagues to also participate in fora like this, and to also lose the fear of raising their voices?
That's a really good point. I love this interaction, how direct you're being. Thank you, Darina, because I deserve that. I mean, here I am talking about nationalization. I'm the one you're seeing, and it's unfortunate. It is a coincidence. It's unfortunate. Our national partnerships manager, who would actually be the best person to talk about this, he recently moved into another position. He got a promotion, and he's also working his way up through the organization. So he's no longer in a position to talk about this and currently traveling. He's on a plane or in transit somewhere right now. So it wouldn't have worked. We had gone through a couple other options as well. I happen to be the only foreign option, and by some coincidence I'm here with you. So but it's well noted, and I'm going to give this feedback back to my colleagues as well. That next time I should not be the one, because you know what? I can tell you that. My Somali colleagues are not afraid of speaking in this type of forum and environment. They quite like it, and I think they have much more to offer on this than I do. So it's a great point for the future, and I'll be taking it back to all my colleagues.
Sorry for being directly as that. My last question before I want to hand over to my colleague Charlotte for some inputs from the chat is on capacity building. You mentioned capacity building inside your organizations, but you also mentioned it in our preparatory discussions with regards to your partner organizations. But in my experience, more often than not, capacity building is understood as in terms of teaching partners on how to navigate and maneuver the different administrative and institutional realities, but also the different ideological backgrounds in the different silos that we face in the Triple Nexus sectors as well. However, in the context of Somalia and in the Triple Nexus literature overall, local organizations and local staff has been especially praised for their effective Triple Nexus thinking. And so my question would be, how can INGOs like Save the Children not only build the capacity of their partners, but also benefit from the input and approaches and fresh insights of their local partners, but also of their local staff, and make this an eye-to-eye level exchange? Can you share some views on that, please?
That's a really good point. Eye-to-eye level exchange. We have been quite serious about that, and it's a lot of work. I think one area that we start off immediately is, well, first of all, we usually take a long-term approach to partnerships. And these relationships always have check-ins, like any relationship should, with good communication. So we check in, we listen to our partners, but through a facilitated and formal process, let's say, as well as your day-to-day work. So we do make an effort to we don't want to overburden our partners. Have told us that everyone working with them wants to do assessments. We don't want to overburden with assessments, but we want to have dialogue and listen. So we listen to our partners. They tell us what they need. They request from us what they need to achieve their own strategies and plans for their future. For every organization, just like ours, they have their own 2020 plan, 2030 plan. But what do you need from us? And that's what we are really interested to hear from them. And together we can think about ways and with funding available. As I said, this year we're channeling about $15 million through local partners to be able to engage them in work that builds their own structures. But also through that process, we learn from them. You know, we learn from them, but we also, okay, so let's say, for example, we work with youth organizations. There are no really active, there are unions in Somalia, but there's no specifically very active union representing youth. But the closest thing we have is youth organizations. These organizations are way better than we are at mobilizing youth, at representing youth, at having youth members that they constantly engage with, and then bringing their voice out and mobilizing them around specific opportunities that are there for their future. And so we've learned a lot from them in that process, but we're also not interested in replacing that. So we don't need to learn from them to be able to do it. We need to just support them to be able to do it, because they're already doing it better than we can do it. And they should be doing it in the future. So yeah, we can see a lot of their strengths, and we are really interested in continuing to support that as we move forward in our relationships with them.
Thank you for sharing your interesting experience. I think we could continue this discussion forever. However, I'd like to give the floor to the online audience and see which interesting questions and points have come up there. So for this, Charlotte has joined me. Charlotte, what's going on in the chat?
Hey, Darina, and thank you, chat, for this super interesting input. The chat has been quite lively, so I'm trying to catch up with it. I would say, firstly, there's two questions that I would like to share from the chat. The first comes from Katharina Wöhle, who asks, the Triple Nexus calls for a strong cooperation and collaboration, which makes coordination more important. In the recent States of Fragility report, the OECD reports that Somalia provides a model for how a country platform can help to enhance cooperation. So the question would be what your impression on this is, Chad. And the second question sort of takes us back to the previous remark of double-hattedness, which has been posed before, re-emphasizing the tricky relation between funding and collaboration. There's a strong participation in collective assessment and formulations of plans, such as within the current COVID context, but it's not all reflected in equal allocation of and access to funding. So the question would be, what are your insights here on?
Thank you, Charlotte. Chad, may I pass the ball straight on to you?
Certainly. Thank you, Charlotte. It's good to hear from those who are listening in. First, on coordination, yeah, I do think that Somalia does provide a good example of coordination working relatively well. And Save the Children has no, you know, we're not responsible for that. That excellent achievement goes on to many others, including partners in the UN system. But we are actively engaged in it. These coordination mechanisms are looking at a variety of different technical areas. Oh, why am I forgetting the name of that document? The collective outcomes document for the Nexus was obviously done through a coordinated approach, mostly together with the government and the UN organizations. So while there's been, I think, a very strong coordinated approach on the technical level, on looking at how we can use technical approaches to bridge the Nexus, which I think has been quite strong. On the actual, let's say, like collective outcomes and the actual indicators that we set for ourselves to achieve the Nexus, that's been more of a, in some ways, a closed door discussion between the UN and government. But certainly the information has been widely disseminated to us, and we've been pleased to receive it nonetheless. But indeed, coordination, I think, has been going better than it's been going worse. It's definitely a good example. And Save the Children is very thankful to a variety of humanitarian partners for carrying that hat so well. So I think, speaking of hats, you mentioned double-hattedness. funding and collaboration. I hope I understood the point correctly, but yeah, when funding enters the picture, the stakes can become high, and of course, there's many partners that are always interested in engaging and working alongside those implementing and winning, let's say, large development and humanitarian projects. But that's, I think, where long-term relationships come into play. There also is obviously like open tender processes. There are, I mean, specifically when there's more of a contract tender happening, which might not always classify as your traditional approach to partnership. But indeed, there are really strong players in any technical area, like on youth, for instance. There's two organizations that I'm thinking of in one part of Somalia that are really, really, really strong, and we tend to have long-term partnerships with them. But I do think that the long-term partnerships, in a way, just to reflect, have been a good way for us to in some way manage these like high interest levels when funding comes up. When we engage in longer term partnership frameworks, so of course we have a strong administrative system that backs up our partnerships with partnership frameworks. When we have long-term partnership frameworks and we've committed to building the capacity of specific partners over time, some of that in a way ends up by de facto becoming a bit removed from the equation in a way that could be healthy for our relationship with our partners, but also sustainability in the approach in terms of really engaging specific partners over a longer period rather than kind of shifting with every project and ad hoc in a way that doesn't necessarily contribute to their own planning process as well internally. So back over to you, Darina.
Thank you. Indeed, very enlightening. And with look at the time, we are running out of time all too fast, unfortunately. I hope I can pass one more bunch of questions to you, Chad, but I would ask you to link that maybe with your final words, with some final words to say, because we are all trying to keep the time here. So Charlotte.
Thank you. So there is one more question from the chat stemming from Sigrid Küke. And the question is as follows: is localization in terms of working mostly through local partners the way to go in Somalia, given that most areas outside the garrison towns are not accessible? So many reports point out it's not possible to control corruption. So the question would be how to ensure checks and balances in such contexts.
This is quite a challenging one. I hope
that
this is good for you.
I was about to launch into a long answer.
Please try to take just a couple of minutes. All right, over to you.
That's a really good question, might I say, from an intelligent mind. Sigrid, it's nice to receive Sigrid works on Somalia, of course, as well. Thank you for your question. This is something I think we should also discuss bilaterally too. I'll try and tie it into my closing remarks. Yeah, there are always risks. There are always areas that we may have difficulty in accessing. Generally, Save the Children has a relatively, in consideration of the NGOs working in Somalia, we have quite a good reach, and we're able to access many areas that many others aren't. But like you say, there's areas in southern states where no one can get in, partners alike. So partnerships, I don't think partnerships should be used ever, but they shouldn't necessarily be used to solve accessibility issues. But certainly where none of us can gain access, we do have a big issue there. And that's where we need to kind of lay the foundational building blocks for the social contract to be built in those corridors, step by step as we can move closer. So I think you and I should pick up that very good discussion on the sidelines. And let me just say, I know that we're running out of time, so let me just say really quickly, I'd like to thank the Center for Humanitarian Action for creating the space and opportunity to really share these experiences today with that diverse group. I think I can maybe conclude by saying that, localization can only be what we make of it, what both parties make of it. For us as international actors and for our local actors as local partners and national actors, we've been, like I said, really fortunate to work with outstanding partners in Somalia. They've truly inspired me personally. Specific people even in them have just really, truly inspired me. And we've been investing in building, like I said, these long-term relationships. So it's really important to us, I think at this time, to really, feel that privilege of being able to work with such amazing partners and feel thankful for it. So I'd like to just say, on behalf of me and my colleagues, a really sincere message of thanks to all of our partners across Somalia for working very tirelessly to meet the needs of Somali youth, Somali children, and their families, working day in, day out in very difficult and challenging operating contexts. The work you're doing is so very much appreciated.
Indeed, very inspiring words. Thank you, Chad. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and as I said earlier, we could continue to talk about this forever. So also thank you for the online audience for these interesting questions. And let me tell you, for all of you who are still not tired about talking about localization, CHA is currently drafting on a project on localization. So if you want to put hats together, just send us an email and join us on LinkedIn and on Twitter. Having said that, Andrea, I want to give the floor to you for the concluding words and closing of the conference.
Thank you, Darina. Thank you very much. As you have mentioned, it is now the time to close this conference. It is my pleasure to do so. I will not get involved in the attempt to recap everything that has been said. I think something that I can certainly not do justice to. What I want to say, though, is so when someone is busy organizing a conference like this, sometimes we tend to lose sight of the content and the context and the actual topic. And while I have seen and read a lot of stuff and papers about the Triple Nexus in the past, I have to say that what I've heard and that what we have heard today and yesterday confirmed some of our research, but I personally have also listened to other aspects that challenged my preconceived notions. So I think we have all learned a lot. I have certainly learned a lot, and I'm very grateful for that. To everyone who has been involved, the speakers, panelists, and the online audience, those who maybe have been with us, the Center for Humanitarian Action, since the beginning, and those who have just learned about us today or yesterday, please do not hesitate to get in contact, like my colleague Sonia has already said, with ideas, questions, and comments. We are very much open to that. It's part of our mission. We see it as part of our mission, creating links between spheres and organizations and also silos. Now it's time to actually say thank you to everyone we have bothered with questions on the Triple Nexus during the course of the past 18 months, to all the speakers and panelists, and I actually do want to take the time to name them all again, because I'm quite surprised myself. It's 26 people. We started with Marina Caparini, Reife Janke, Vale Oshofisan, Carsten Noko, Kayu Orellana, Marta Tukahirva, Philippa Schmitzkino, Rebecca Richards, Martina Zapf, Marc Dubois, Florian Westphal, Mena Abraha, Rüdiger Schöch, Julia Steetz, Bärbel Kofler, Martin Schuldes, Cecilia Rosselli, Diawari Bouare, Michael Köhler, Oliver Müller, Susanne Luitlen, Markus Koth, Annika Sandlund, Christian Huber, Jennifer Ankrom-Chan, and last but not least, Chad Anderson. Thank you so much. Your contribution has been so valuable and made us think even more in a more creative ways about the Triple Nexus. We want to thank the audience for interesting questions and a very, very lively debate. I'm actually looking forward to studying the chat, which I haven't had the full capacity during the past 2 days, but I will do so later this week, and I think we all will enjoy the input given there a little bit more later. The recordings of this event are already available on our website, chaberlin.org. And now I want to take the time to also get the attention to the backstage side of things. First of all, we want to give credit to the whole team of Live Records. This is why I'm looking in this direction right now, for operating the live stream and for making us and the event look very shiny and nice, and we felt very safe and comfortable in your hands. Thank you so much. We have been also getting support for layout, graphics, and proofreading from Carla Cimino, Ben Dumas, Catherine Cassibri, Karima Laborenz. And now, the most important part, maybe also in the name of Sonja and Ralf, I would like to extend our deepest, really deepest gratitude to our CHAR colleagues that have carried out the planning, preparation, and execution of this event on their shoulders. None of what you have seen or heard this past 2 days would have been possible without their tireless efforts. So, Lena Wallach, Darina Pelowska, my colleague standing next to me, Goda Milashute, Arvid Ratzai, Charlotte Falchas, and Bishoy Sadek, thank you so much. We appreciate everything so much. Another time, I would say, last but not least, we want to thank our institutional partners for, first of all, coming up with the idea of founding this independent research institution, teaming up to actually make it happen, coordinating to do so, and supporting us all along the way, up until the realization of this conference, and also longer. Caritas Germany, Diakonie Katastrophenhilfe, and the German section of Médecins Sans Frontières. Speaking of which, please now open the window, let some fresh air inside your home offices, kitchens, and living rooms. Get a very strong coffee and maybe also or a vitalizer of your choice otherwise, and join the Humanitarian Congress for the rest of the week, which is going on until Friday. They have amazing speakers and very critical issues to discuss, exposing power and privilege within the humanitarian sector. What is left to say from my side? Please stay healthy, support your communities, which is a key aspect in any situation, may that be COVID-19 pandemic in Germany or questions related to Triple Nexus activities and planning. And maybe next time we can meet under improved or at least different circumstances. So long, bye-bye, and thank you.